Monopoly means are you with me? Nate Akrofi. Monopoly means what? Hello.
Hello, doctor.
Hello, Doc. We can hear you.
Yeah, monopoly means what?
But monopoly is a market structure where there is a single producer or a single firm, but then there are many buyers. That is monopoly.
That's fine. So what is monopsony?
Doc,
What
please,
is
it's
the
a
second one?
situation whereby there is only one buyer
Exactly.
within a market structure.
Exactly. Good. So that is the definition. So monopoly, a single seller. Monopsony, a single buyer. So we're going to analyze the situation of a monopsony, meaning that the firm is a single buyer of inputs, and the input here is labor. So if there's only one firm that is employing almost everybody in an economy, then that firm becomes a monopsony. Or you go to a village and you only have one person who has a factory or has a firm in that village. So if anyone wants job in that village, is the only one to employ. That makes that particular firm a monopsony. All right. So we're looking at the case of a monopsony in the labor market. The labor market is also the same as the factor market. So we're considering a production function, okay? The production function, which is a function of capital and labor. But our focus is going to be on labor because our analysis is based on labor market. We'll not look at the capital market. So anything K in our model will be held constant. All right. Then we are also assuming that the wage which you are going to be paid, we are calling is a function of labor. So when you see W, we'll replace it with W bracket L, meaning that the wage is a function of labor. Wage is a function of labor. So you want to determine or specify the profit function for this firm. The profit for this firm that is employing labor, and the firm is a monopsony firm, a single buyer of an input. So the profit, as you know, as usual, total revenue minus total cost. This is the profit. Now the revenue is the price you are charging times the quantity you have produced. All right. And the cost here, since labor is the key variable of interest, we only consider labor cost, and any other cost we call that C. So labor cost will be the number of the wages, the amount you are paying as a wage, multiplied by the total number of people you have hired, will determine your labor cost. So if you have hired 12 people and you are paying each person 2 Ghana cedis, then it is 12 times 2. That will be the total cost you are incurring on labor. Then minus C, this C represents any other form of cost. All right, any form of cost will be the capital cost and any other cost that you incur in the production process. So this is your profit as a firm. But we know that Q here represents the F of KL. The Q represents the F of KL. In fact, we can differentiate or find whatever we are looking for from here, right? But we want to make it more functional. So profit is equal to, you keep your price and the Q changes to F of KL. F of KL is the same thing that you see here, because Q is equal to F of KL. Then minus, we have also defined here that where you see W, it should be W into bracket L. So it means that this our W will be a function of WL as specified here. So we have W into bracket L. That is for only the W. Then multiply by the L. Multiply by this L. This L is there. The W alone is what we are calling small WL. Then this L would be repeated. Let's put asterisk on the L in the bracket to assume that we have two L's. One in the bracket, one outside the bracket, minus C, minus our C here. We want to determine what we did for monopoly, the perfect competitive firm, where we saw that the marginal revenue product of labor is equal to wage. We want to do same for the monopsony, so that we can compare the factor cost or the cost in the monopsony case and the cost in the perfect competitive case, and see which among the two, if you are buying from a competitive market and you are buying as a sole buyer, which of the two will buy more when it comes to employ more labor in the factor market. Okay, so we are going to differentiate this function we see here with respect to L. You differentiate your profits over labor. You hold price constant. Price must be held constant, and differentiate this with respect to L. It means that change in F over change in L. K is not of interest to us. Minus, that we come here. Here, we have two L's. We differentiate each of the L's separately. So we have what we call chain rule. Product rule, sorry. Let me show you product rule before I go back. Product rule. Let's assume you have this. Y is equal to K times P. And you want to differentiate Y with respect to K, Y with respect to P. So change in Y will be equal to, first of all, you will differentiate Y with respect to K. If you are interested in K, you hold P constant and differentiate Y with respect to K. Plus, now you hold K also constant and differentiate Y with respect to P. This is what we call the product rule. Product rule. So once you have two variables multiplying or being multiplicative, and you want to differentiate each of them with respect to the left-hand side variable, this is what the rule that you have to apply, product rule. Hold the first one or the second one fixed and differentiate the other. So I am holding price fixed and differentiating K. I am holding K fixed and differentiating P. This is what we call the product rule. The same thing is what you have to do here. So here you hold, we are holding L, the one in the bracket, fixed. We are holding L fixed, meaning, let's open a bracket. Since the negative is affecting everything here, let's open a bracket. I am holding L fixed, L plus a star fixed, and then I'll differentiate this L. But if I'm holding L star fixed and I differentiate L, the W you see outside is multiplying L star at the same time L. So it's like this, WL star and then WL. It is multiplying both. So I'll keep L star fixed and differentiate this L. If I differentiate this L, I will get W, let's call that W1 to distinguish between them. I'll get W1, and every wage is a function of labor. Then I'll also hold L fixed, so plus the rule that I've shown here. This is the plus sign. I have hold L star fixed, L star fixed, and I differentiate L, meaning I am holding P fixed and I am differentiating K. The same analogy. So if I now hold L fixed, I hold L fixed and I differentiate L star, I'll get W. So into bracket, I hold L fixed, L is fixed, I'll differentiate L star and I'll get W. So LW. Or you can say that LW into brackets L, like this. This is the product rule. C is a constant, or C is not, there's no L attached to C, so we cannot differentiate C. Anytime you differentiate a function, you have to equate to 0. So now I have P change in F over change in L is equal to, I'll move the bracket to cross the equal sign, and everything changes to positive. L star W1 into bracket L plus W into bracket L. I name one of the W1 to just distinguish between the two. All right, for us to distinguish between the two. Now from here, we have P change in Y over change in L equals L star W1 into bracket L plus W into bracket L. Anytime you differentiate a function with respect to this is profit. Anytime you differentiate a function with respect to labor, thus change in pi over change in L is the same as the marginal revenue. If I differentiate Q with respect to L, is the same as marginal product. Let's get a difference. Differentiating profit with respect to labor is marginal revenue of labor. And if I differentiate output with respect to labor, is the marginal product of labor. Marginal product of labor. So I can replace change in profit over change in L with MRL, which means I will now multiply price by marginal revenue product of labor. Marginal revenue product of labor is equal to L star W1 into bracket L plus W into bracket L. So this is going to be the condition for a monopsony. When you multiply price by marginal revenue, that is what gives us the marginal revenue product. Price times marginal revenue gives us marginal revenue product of labor, which is equal to labor times the wage plus wage times the labor. So this is what has been derived here for you. All I did is to take you through the process of how we got this equation I'm naming 1. Okay, how we got the equation I'm naming 1. So marginal revenue product of labor is equal to the wages times the labor. Now let me ask you this question. If you multiply wages you are paying somebody by the total amount of labor you have hired, what does that give us? That gives us the factor cost. It gives us the cost of cost of production. Since we have differentiated, this is a differentiation, it means that this is also called marginal factor cost of labor, MFCL. We have differentiated it, so it is marginal. If you use the raw cost, WL, this is total cost. But once you differentiated the cost, it becomes marginal cost. So in your differentiation, if I have total cost, which is fixed cost plus variable cost, let's say 25 plus 10 Q. This is my total cost. If I differentiate this total cost with respect to Q, what I'll get is marginal cost. So where you have Q, you differentiate. Anything without a power is power 1. So all you have to do is to multiply the power 1 by 10, which will give us 10, then subtract 1 from the power, which will give us Q power 0. And we know that anything power 0 is 1. So 10 times 1 is equal to 10. This is the marginal cost. It is the same understanding that I want you to get here. We differentiated. Only that this is a model and it looks quite messy, right? But it is the same ideology that we are applying here. So this is the marginal factor cost of labor. The additional cost you will incur when you employ one more unit of labor. So any additional labor comes with additional cost. That is the marginal factor cost. So the price times marginal revenue product of labor is the marginal revenue product of labor. And then if you add all of this, since these are differentiated variables or values, we call that marginal factor cost, the additional cost. So the additional benefits you are getting from labor should be equal to the additional cost you are incurring on labor. Additional benefit you are incurring or you are getting from labor should be equal to the additional cost you are incurring. In simple terms, if I hire you and I'm paying you 15 Ghana cedis per hour, then it means that 15 Ghana cedis per hour is equal to the benefit I am also getting from you. So you are working worth of 15 Ghana cedis. That is why I'm paying you so. I'm not supposed to pay you any amount that is less than 15 Ghana cedis. If your contribution, your productivity level is worth 15 Ghana cedis. All right. So the minimum wage of 19.957, it is being calculated to determine if the person is on skilled labor. If you hire somebody to do the miniest or the smallest job for you, that smallest job, the effort the person will put up in 8 hours is equivalent to 19 cedis, 97 pesos. Whether that is right or wrong is another question to look at later. So let's make some recalls. When you look at the perfect competitive firm, the one we did last week, we've indicated that the marginal revenue product of labor is equal to the wage, or is equal to wage times the amount of labor you have hired. Okay, so W times L is the total cost of hiring labor. But when it comes to the monopsonist, we realize that the marginal revenue product is the same for both the perfect competitive firm and the monopsonist. However, their marginal factor costs differ. The marginal factor cost for the monopsonist is higher than that of what? The perfect competitive firm. So in monopsony market, the factor cost is greater than the wage. It is greater than the wage. Which means that if the factor cost is greater than the wage, then it means that the marginal factor cost of labor for a perfect competitive firm will be smaller than the marginal factor cost. Perfect competitive firm will be smaller than the marginal factor cost of labor for the monopsonist. Meaning the monopsony will pay more compared to the perfect competitive firm. But this is the twist. Because in the monopoly market, there are many firms. And in the factor market too, there are many firms selling the product or selling the factors. So in the labor market, we have a number of people who want to supply labor. In the firm size too, we have a number of firms who want to hire labor. Because of that, it leads to larger employment of labor. It leads to larger employment of labor. So the down part of the curve is the marginal factor cost of labor for perfect competition or competitive firm. The downward sloping is the marginal revenue product of labor for all of them. So at equilibrium, they must both equate their marginal factor cost of labor to the marginal revenue product of labor. So to the perfect competitive firm, this is where the equilibrium will occur. So at this point, marginal revenue product of labor for the perfect competitive firm is equal to the marginal factor cost for the perfect competitive firm. So they will determine their wage at W1. This is how much they are going to pay each labor they will hire, W1. And this is the amount of labor they are going to hire. They will hire L1 and pay W1, meaning they will hire more and pay less. But when it comes to the monopsonist, because the monopsonist cost is higher than that of the perfect competitive firm, they will hire less labor. So this is the equilibrium condition. At equilibrium, they will equate their factor cost to the marginal revenue product of labor. So this is where they will determine equilibrium. And at this point, they are hiring less people, but they will pay an attractive wage to labor. They will pay more to labor, but they will hire less people. So this is reinforcing the fact that when a firm has power in controlling resources, then that firm will have the power to regulate how much people to hire. They will always hire less people and produce less. That is the behavior of all the either a monopoly or a monopolistic firm. They will always hire less people and produce less, because they know that even if they hire less people and pay them more, they will produce less output, and that less output will create shortage in the market, and they can make their money because they have the power to control what happens in the product market. They have the power to determine what happens in the product market. If I say product market, I mean where final goods and services are sold. And if I say factor market or labor market, I mean where raw materials are sourced or are bought. So labor in this case do not constitute only human beings, but ironically, that's what we mean. But when we say labor in economics, it comprises of all variable inputs, including water, including if you are producing cassava starch, then the cassava itself is part. Okay, anything that when used more of it in the production process, it is going to also increase your cost of production. It is called variable cost. And anything that when you want to produce more and you use more of it, your output will also increase, especially up to a certain point and begin to diminish. It's also called a variable input. So the monopolist, the monopsonist would always pay higher wages, but will restrict the level of employment of labor. So the question is, which is better? When you have a lot of firms who can hire more but pay less, or you have a single firm that is a single buyer who will hire less but pay more, which of them is better? This is a rhetorical question. So answer it within yourself. I can hire more but pay less. I can hire few but pay more. Which of them is better in the labor market? Or you want to comment? You want to comment?
So yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So as an economist, I have to know which one is better so that I can, in case I'm into business, I know what to do.
Okay, so at the moment, assuming you are not a producer, you are a normal citizen who is looking for a job, and you are faced with two scenarios. The first scenario is the person who is coming to hire you is a single hire or a single firm who will hire you, determined to hire you at whatever wage. But this person will pay you more but he will hire less people. And we have another one that will pay you less, but will hire more people. Which of them is better?
As an individual being employed, I'll pick the high salary. But as a government facing unemployed, I'll go for this the corporate productivity market.
Excellent. I like the way you've handled the question. From the individual perspective, the way you think is different from the national perspective. So individually, you always want to achieve your self-interest. That is what Adam Smith said. Adam Smith said we are all fighting to achieve our self-interest. But self-interest is not selfishness. Self-interest is you trying to think of how to maximize your welfare without necessarily at that point thinking about the welfare of others. But at the end of the day, when your self-interest is fulfilled, it leads to the fulfillment of other people's self-interest. For example, at the moment, the program you are undertaking, the aim is not for you to go and change anybody's life. The aim is to better your own understanding of the subject, is to improve your salary. I am 95% confident that all of us here, that is the thought. How to better my life. That is what we call self-interest. But you've forgotten that when you are able to achieve this aim that you set out for yourself, the end result will be benefit to other people. Because when you acquire the knowledge and maybe you are teaching or you are working for your employer or whatever, somebody else is going to benefit. When you get higher salary, you'll be able to support others. So Smith is saying that if everyone is able to fulfill his self-interest, it will make the world a better place. When my mother and my father brought me to school, the aim is for me to get better education, come and help them. That's the aim. But at the end of the day, they are even enjoying little of that. It is other people that are enjoying more of me than them. Because the knowledge I am impacting, they are not the ones benefiting from the knowledge. If it is money, how much are they taking from you? Very little. So
Exactly.
your entire self-interest that you chased out there goes to help other people than those who think at the initial stage they are the reason why they are giving you that sort of training or that sort of support. So that's it. So if all of us are thinking right, the world will be a better place for us. So, bro, thanks for that interesting response. Now let's look at elasticity of demand for labor. Elasticity of demand for labor. One thing is that we are always, or we are just using different variables to represent what we know already. We all know elasticity of demand. What we're adding on is labor. We are now focusing on labor, specific variable, labor. We know that elasticity of demand is changing the quantity over change in price times price over quantity. We are not interested in quantity, but we are interested in labor, which is the L. We are not interested in price, but we are interested in the wages you are being paid. We are not interested in wage, we are interested in what? The price, we are interested in the wage. We are not interested in changing price, but changing wage. And we are not interested in the total quantity, but the total labor employed or wage, labor employed. That is the difference. So change in labor over change in wage times wage over labor. That is elasticity of labor. The percentage change in quantity of labor demanded with respect to change in the wage rates, with respect to changes in the wage rate. So if I give you a demand curve like this, A minus B. I will not write here P, but rather the price will change to what? To wage. This is demand for labor curve. So if you differentiate demand for labor with respect to the wage, you have the minus B. And the minus B is the change in L over change in wage. All right? Over change in wage. So elasticity of wage. How changes in wage or how changes in labor demand respond to changes in the wages within the economy. So if government increase the minimum wage from 19.97 to, let's say, 20 Ghana cedis, how is that going to affect labor demand? By what percentage is it going to affect labor demand? What determines labor demand? The determinant of labor demand is own wage elasticity of labor. How your own price. So, for example, if we use Casapreco Company Limited, the amount of people Casapreco has hired, so labor hired by Casapreco, how changes in the wages of the people Casapreco has hired within its company is going to affect demand for labor. That's what we mean own wage elasticity of labor. How your own wages, how you call for increment in your wages, going to affect demand for labor. So if, for example, demand for labor is elastic, it means that a smaller percentage change in wage is going to cause a bigger percentage change in wage. Meaning, if you increase wages by 1%, it is going to cause demand for wage to fall by more than 1%. If you also reduce wages by 1%, it is going to cause an increase in labor demand by more than 1%. The same understanding you have concerning elastic and inelastic. If labor demand is inelastic, we know that the percentage change in price is bigger than the percentage change in quantity. Meaning, if you increase or decrease price by 5 Ghana cedis, let's say 5%, it is going to reduce or increase quantity by less than 5%. By less than 5%. So if wages, demand for labor is inelastic, and you increase wages, it will cause a reduction in labor demand, but it will be very, very small. The reduction will be very, very small. Practically, what we mean here is people who are skilled labor and people who are unskilled labor, they face different elasticity of demand. If your labor, let's say you don't have any special skills, you don't have any academic qualification, you didn't like you have nothing, you are just a normal person who, let's say, is doing cleaning job. I'm not saying cleaning job is a normal job or is a bad job, no, but you don't require any kind of skills to be able to do that work. Anyone at all will be able to do cleaning work, except that the person is mentally or physically challenged. Okay, that is not to downgrade that work, no. So you are doing cleaning job, all right, and another person is let's say a medical doctor. The two people have different elasticities. Demand for the medical doctor will be inelastic, but demand for the cleaning job will be elastic, in a sense that if the cleaning people want to increase wage, they are likely to lose job because there are many. They can easily be substituted or be replaced. And that will affect demand for the workers in such group. But if medical doctors want a higher wage, they are likely to get it. And that will not affect demand that much. Government will not say that because they are looking for higher wages, he will reduce their demand. Because this is a profession that we want more of them. So in the labor market, different labor faces different elasticities. Then we have the share of labor in the total cost. If in the cost of producing, let's say, mango juice, you use capital, you use labor. These are the two factors you are using. But the cost of hiring labor is more in the mango juice production than the cost of capital. Then that will mean that demand for labor is going to be affected. The firm will hire less labor, since hiring more labor will increase the cost of production. So the component of labor in the production process, if it is large, then fewer labor will be hired. Then we have elasticity and technology. Product demand. Under the elasticity, one of them is product demand. If I am using you to produce mango juice, and now demand for mango juice is going down, people are not buying as much as, then it means that I cannot employ more people. I cannot increase employment of labor. So employment of labor or labor demand will fall. But if demand for the mango juice is going up, then I'll also increase demand for labor because I'll need more labor to produce more of the mango juice. Automation can also affect. Automation means anything that can replace labor. So for example, robots can do what labor nowadays is doing. AI can do most of the work human is doing. Tools and machines or equipment. So any of these automations or technology that can do exactly what labor is doing when they are emerging or springing up within an economy, it can lead to a lower demand for labor. But if they are absent, then more labor will be employed. Absence of robots could create more jobs. The reason why we are even seeing what we are seeing, of course, which we think there's high rate of unemployment. And unemployment levels will even surge more if most companies make conscious effort of adopting the use of robots and AI in their production process. Unemployment will increase because some of these are going to replace labor. Then we have cross-wage elasticity of labor. This is the same as your cross-price elasticity of demand that you know, your cross-price. How changes in the price of one commodity influence demand for another. So for example, how changes in the price of Techno phones affecting demand for Huawei phones. If Techno phones price fell, it will have negative impact on demand for Huawei phones since they are all Android. So if the price of Huawei is also going up, then it will have an increasing impact on demand for that of Techno. That is what we call cross price. How the price from a different product or different industry's product is affecting another industry's output. In the labor market, similar happens. This leads to complement and substitute. So if, for example, you have, let me use workers with degree versus workers with HND as an example. These two individuals will not take same salary unless or except with special grounds. Let's say the number of years you have worked, experience, and co. All right. So if a degree person is paid 10 Ghana cedis, per day. And HND is being paid, this is an assumption, 8 Ghana cedis per day. What we are saying by cross elasticity is that if what HND guys can do, the degree guys can do, HND guys can do, then it will lead to an increase in demand for labor of people with HND and a decrease in demand for labor of people with degree. This ought to happen. So it means that the wages of people with HND is influencing demand for people with degree. That is the cross wage elasticity. When would they be complement? They will be complement when a fall in the, when an increase in the wages of people with HND is causing also a decrease in demand for people with degree. So if wages for HND is increasing to 20 Ghana cedis, sorry, 10 Ghana cedis, and it is causing demand for people with degree to increase, the wages of HND is increasing and it is causing demand for degree people, labor is causing an increase in demand for those with degree to increase, then that is complement. Complement has negative relationship between the price of the two of one commodity and demand of another. When would they be substitutes? Substitute will be when wages in degree holders is going up, all right, and the work that the degree people can do, the HND people can also do. So anytime there's a rise in the wages of people with degree, it will cause a fall in demand of people with degree, but rather a rise in demand of people with HND. When an increase in wages with people with degree increases, and that leads to an increase in demand for people with HND. So both moving at the same direction. Wage for degree is rising, and demand for labor with of HND is also rising. That is what we call substitute. So this happens in the labor markets as well. If one labor union is calling for increment in their salary, it affects others, either to get job or to also try and increase their salary as well. So if you check clearly in Ghana here, those who belong to the unskilled labor force that are unskilled, they hardly form association. Even if they have, whenever they are calling for increment in their salary, I mean, they are very cautious because you can easily be laid off. You can easily lose your job. It has always been the technocrat, those with high skills. They have always been successful in forming labor unions. So we can apply this concept in trade union activities, this elasticity concept. So if you are elastic, you don't go and always be saying that, please increase my salary else I'll go on demonstration. They will replace you quickly. They will replace you. But if you have the ability, you have the skills, you have the expertise, and you say, I am going on strike, they will hardly sit you down and then negotiate for something. So there's application to this in our labor market. Now, let's look at labor supply. So I will later give you some quantitative so that we solve for some of this equilibrium. But let me finish with the labor supply first. Labor supply is the opposite of labor demand. And what is labor? Labor simply means you applying your effort as a human being applying your effort, which include your mental and your physical strength in any line of production. In any line of production. So application of human effort, including the mental and physical abilities or strength in the production process. That's what we call labor. Two things influence labor decision to either work or not. So we have two parts when it comes to individual labor supply decision. Before anyone decides to work, he takes two important decisions. The first one is participation decision. Participation decision is you asking yourself, should I work or I should not work? Should I go for this job or I should not go for it? Should I stay in the labor market or I should not? Should I work for myself or I should work for somebody? That is the participation decision. And then we have the hours decision. The hours decision is after you have agreed to work for somebody, how many hours should I work and at what wage rate? That is why you see people turning off work. Employment. The person has been given the job, but the person weigh the wages that he's going to receive to the hours he's going to work. He says that no, I won't take this job because one, the wages are too small, or maybe I am not ready to work at that time. So people turn off job offer, especially because of the hours decision. You are telling me to work only in the night. This would, for 8 hours, I will decide, is this hours going to favor me or are this hours going to favor me or not? If it's not going to favor me, I'll turn off the job offer. We'll do more when it comes to these two going forward. We'll treat it in detail in the subsequent slides. So in the labor market, everyone is having a reservation wage. Everyone has a reservation wage. For example, before you start to work, unless somebody who is so desperate, who is so tired of being unemployed, who is so tired and fed up of looking for a job, they would not be having reservation wage. They will just say, oh, anything that you give me, I'll take. But we don't have much of such situation elsewhere. For Ghana, we have it. We have people who are working below their minimum wage. We have it. Somebody with degree teaching at a private school will surely be taken below the minimum wage that a degree person must be taking. Those are exceptional cases. But before you enter every labor market, you must have a reservation wage. The reservation wage simply means that the wage that below which you are not going to work, that average wage you want to get before you start work. So minimum wage is 19.97. So for you, maybe your reservation wage will be anyone that will pay me per day 25 Ghana cedis at work, meaning that 25 cedis becomes your minimum or your reservation wage, becomes your reservation wage. Everyone has it. Based on your qualification, based on what your understanding of the job market, when somebody is offering you a job, you have expected wage that you want to have before you work. If the wage you are going to be receiving falls below this, your reservation wage, you turn down the job offer. So the wages that a firm or an employer is willing and able to pay, right? The wages that the employer or the firm is willing and is able to pay, or is willing and able to hire and pay. So if he's hiring 20 people, he has a minimum wage that he also want to offer. He want to offer or pay you. And if I am also the one looking for the job, which means I am the supply person, it means that I also have how much I want to get before I offer my time to you. So when I talk about labor demand, I'm talking about the firms. And when I talk about labor supply, I'm talking about us, individuals who have the energy, who have the mental and physical strength to work for somebody and be paid. So what causes shift in the labor supply curve? The labor supply curve will shift based on the following factors. One, changes in wage for other jobs. So if I am working in company A, another person is working in company B, but we all have the same qualification and the risk level of our work is the same. If the other company is increasing the wages of its workers and my company is not, I am likely to move from my company to a company where wages are high. And this is done almost every day. People do it almost every day. You see this person working here, the next hour you see him in another company. It means that he's looking at the wage variation or wage differentials. Changes in non-labor income. When we say non-labor income, these are incomes that you get not through work. Incomes not through work. These are income from pensions, from gifts, from grants, donations, remittances. So any support that you are getting of which you are not directly working for it, that is what we call non-labor income. So non-labor income can also influence supply of labor. If you are getting more side money or side bonuses or side income, you are likely to offer less of your time for work or for labor. But if you are not getting any of such support, you are likely to work more. So people who have support from homes, who have either pensions, grants, donations, like they have ways of getting other money without directly working for, are likely to offer less of their time for work compared to those who don't have any of this. So we call this non-labor income. And then changes in taste or social structure. If, let's say, the responsibility of women, which I think now it is better than before. If responsibility of women in society is that women must always be at the kitchen and cook, then it means that it's going to affect labor supply of women. They will supply less of their labor. If we are changing the age for retirement, changing age of retirement can affect supply of labor. For example, if we are reducing the retirement age from 60 to, let's say, 50, it means labor supply will fall. If we are increasing retirement from 60 to 70, then it means labor supply will increase. Taste of whatever you are. The taste comes from two angles. One is taste of the person who is working. Maybe I have lost interest in working in such company, or a lot of people losing interest in working in a certain industry. That will reduce labor supply in that industry. But if they have more interest in working in a particular industry, the supply of labor will increase towards that industry. And then the taste of the product you are using labor to produce can also affect labor supply. The taste is taste of, let's say, the pineapple juice example. I am producing pineapple juice. People have moved their taste away from the consumption of pineapple juice. Then it means that I cannot produce more pineapple juice. And that would inform my decision of either not employing or laying off some of my workers. Demographic shifts. If the population structure of a country is changing, the population is moving from an adult population to a youthful, aged population to a youthful population, then there will be more labor supply. A youthful population is likely to have more labor supply than an aging population. If a population is aging, has more aged people, about 60% are aged and 40% are the youth, then it means that there will be less labor supply, and the vice versa. So, in effect, these are some of the factors or the determinants of labor. So if you have your labor on your vertical axis, like the way we put quantity on the, horizontal axis, like the way we put quantity, and put your wages on the vertical axis, the way we put our price, then demand for wage will be downward sloping, like the way your demand curve is. Why? Because if wage rate is W1, then this is be the amount of labor they will supply. Supply of labor will be L1. If you increase wage to W2, the higher the wage, the higher the sorry. L2. W3, L3. So the higher the wage, the lower the amount of people the firms will want to hire. All right. So therefore, demand is going to be affected. If wage is increasing, firms cannot hire more. But if a wage is falling, firms will hire more. That gives us that downward slope. But when you look at the supply side, supply of labor, all right, please don't look at the demand side as the individuals. The demand for labor is for firms, while the supply of labor is for individuals or consumers. So the consumers are now taking the case of the supply of labor, while the producers or the firms are taking the case of the demand for labor. So it is the opposite of what you know about demand and supply. So the reason why demand for labor is downward sloping is because those who are demanding are the firms. So once they have to pay high wage, they will hire less people. But once they have to pay low wages, they will hire more people. Then the supply is the individuals, you and I, who are supplying our labor. We will only give more of our effort when when demand is high, or when wage rate is high. So if the firm is willing to give me high wages, then I'll supply more of myself. So if wage is W1, he will be willing to supply only L2. If wage increase to wage is W3, he will supply L2. If wage increase to W1, he will supply L1. If wage increase to W2, he will supply this L3 or L4. So more labor will be supplied when wages are increasing. So equilibrium is here. Like the way you know, at equilibrium, demand for labor should be equal to supply of labor. Then you solve and find the equilibrium wage and then the equilibrium labor demand or labor supply. So let me create some simple example here for the purpose of understanding. So let's assume that demand for labor is 40 minus 2W, and supply of labor is minus 10 plus 3W. So this is demand for labor, and this is supply of labor. So you have to find the equilibrium wage and labor demand, or in labor, equilibrium wage and labor. So at equilibrium, demand should be equal to supply as usual. So 40 minus 2W equals minus 10 plus 3W. In group like terms, 40 plus 10 equals 3W plus 2W. So we have 50 equals 5W. Okay, so what is W? 50 over 5, which is equal to 10. And the 10 is the wage rate. So it means that the wage rate at equilibrium is 10. So when I come here, where demand for labor and supply of labor are equal is 10. Now I have to find the L. How many people will be hired at this labor wage rate of 10? At wage rate of 10, how many people will be hired? Now substitute the 10 into the demand or the supply of labor curve. So labor demand will be equal to 40 minus 2 times 10. L is equal to 40 minus 20, and L is equal to 20 units. So the number of labor to be demanded and to be supplied is 20. Since DL is equal to D, DL is equal to SL is equal to L is equal to 20. So that is the equilibrium. If the wage rate increase from 10, if W increase from 10 to, let's say, 15, this will affect employment. This will affect the level of employment, because demand for labor at 10, at 15 is going to be 40 minus 2 times 15. So 40 minus 30, and that is 10. Demand for labor will be 10. Firms will be able to hire only 10 people if the wage rate increase from 10 to 15. They will be able to hire only 10. But how much were they hiring when the wage rate is 10? They are hiring 20. So it means unemployment that is created is 10. 10 people will not get job. 10 people will not get job. You can also substitute the 15 into the labor supply curve, supply of labor, and find the difference. So minus 10 plus 3 times 15. So minus 10 plus 45, and that will give us 25. Supply of labor is 25, but demand for labor is 10. So 25 minus 10, which is 15, unemployment. 15 people will not get job. So wages has impact on job creation. So when we are calling for increment in salary, these are some of the effects. Or when we are calling for increment in wages, these are some of the effects. It pushes some people out of the labor market. So if you have a daughter, a son, a brother, a sister that is unemployed, just left the college or left the university or left a nursing, whatever, and is looking for a job, and your age group who are already having job are calling for increment in salary, then you should have at the back of your mind that these are some of the trade-offs. Your brothers will continue to be at home, they will not get job. And what you are going to have, that is what you are going to share with your brother or your sister who is not employed. These are the labor market dynamics. There's always a trade-off. Higher increment in salary will come with a cost. Determinant of labor force. What determines the labor force of a country? If I say labor force, I'm talking about the people who are of age, who are qualified both mentally and physically to work. Okay? Who are also seriously looking for a job. These are the labor force. What determines the labor force of a country? One of them is population growth rate. A country with higher population is likely to have more people who fall within the labor force than a country with smaller population. Regional distribution. Urbanization and migration can shift labor to some specific areas. When you look at Ghana, if you want the labor, they are in the cities, they are not in the villages, because the youth have migrated to the cities. So regional distribution, if the way jobs are created are not regional based, but they are market centered, then it will cause migration of people who are of age to work to move to such areas. Gender distribution, higher female participation increase labor force size. Every country, women are more than men. I'm yet to see a country where men exceed the women. And that is not to say that there's no country in the world that probably may have more men than women. Just that at the moment, I don't have any statistics at my disposal to support that claim. Globally, women are more than men. About 7-point-something million. Is it billion or million? No, million, 7-point-something million women as against 5-point-something million men. So it means women are more. So if women are allowed to participate in the labor market the more, then it means that there will be more labor force. But if women are being sidelined based on cultural customs and whatever, could affect the labor force participation of an economy. And economic factors such as economic growth and job creation expand labor market force, and recession reduces it. When an economy is growing, there will be jobs to be created. Okay, and that will also enhance labor force participation in that economy. But once the economy is in recession, if I say recession is the downturn or low growth pattern, when your economy is not growing, things are stagnant. I mean, people cannot get job. It's rather unfortunate. Some part of Africa, even though the economy will be growing, but it has no link with jobs. Jobs are not increasing, even though the economy is purported to be growing. All right. Social factors, education, cultural, and policy influence willingness and ability to work. Education. Oh, if you don't get this qualification, even though you have the skills, but you don't have this qualification, you cannot work. The person can do the work, but because he's not having educational qualification, he cannot do it. It can also affect labor force participation. He'll be at home because his skills is not needed. Culture. Oh, as for this tradition, women don't work. Women are meant to, oh, as for this tradition, so and so don't do this. You don't do this kind of jobs. If you are from this religion or this tradition or this area, you don't do this kind of job. This can all affect labor force participation or determinant of labor force within an economy. Now, we are going to look at some theories of labor supply, theories that explain labor supply, why somebody will decide to either work or not work, but rather spend his time for leisure. One thing you have to note is that time is divided into two in this model. Time is for leisure and time is for work. These are the two things you use your time for. If you want to work more, it means you have less time for leisure. And if you want to have more leisure, then you must also reduce your time for work. You cannot achieve more of the two at the same time. So the first theory we'll look at is the neoclassical school or neoclassical theory of labor supply. According to the neoclassical theory, everyone, including you and I, we are rational human beings or rational agents. And we always decide on how to allocate our time. And we do this allocation for work and leisure. And the aim is for us to maximize our utility. So you and I are rational. We always decide how to allocate our time to work or to leisure so that we can maximize our time. There are three key assumptions regarding this model. The first assumption is that individuals derive satisfaction from consumption and leisure. So you become happy, you become satisfied as an individual from both eating or getting money and consuming the money, and also having time to relax, to travel, to talk, to have fun, to enjoy yourself. These are the two things you get leisure from. Number two, incomes comes from working. The only means you can get money is through working. And we use that income to buy goods and services. Only. Number three, wages represent both the reward for work and opportunity cost of leisure. So the wages that you receive for working is a reward. But that reward is also opportunity cost. And the opportunity cost of you receiving wages is leisure that you are forfeiting. If you want to work and be getting money all the time, then you cannot also have time and go and have fun and go and relax. So the core trade-off, so it means that there's a trade-off or there's a loss in this labor supply dynamics. The loss is that each person faces a trade-off between leisure and income. If you want more leisure, then you have to lose money because you cannot work. If you also want more money, then you have to also lose leisure. So more work hours leads to more income and then less leisure. If I want to work for more hours, I will get more money and I will get little time for leisure. If I also want to work more, I want to have more leisure, then I will have less income. Okay, because I cannot work to get the income. And then more rest or satisfaction. So more leisure means more rest or satisfaction. So these are the trade-offs. So if you want to rest more or you want to have more enjoyment, especially if you are working for somebody, then it means that you are also reducing your income. But if you want to get more money, then it means you also not get the time to go and have the leisure. That is the model. So in this model, the individual labor supply decision is in two parts. Like I told you that we're going to digest it. The first part is the participation decision. Participation decision. Individual labor supply decision is in two parts. Participation decision, that is whether to work or not. The participation decision implies that the individual must make a choice regarding whether to stay in the labor market or to stay out of the labor force. And the decision rule or how to make this person to either stay out of the labor market or stay in the labor market is that a person participates in the labor market if the real wages exceeds their reservation wage. If the wage you are going to pay the person is more than the person's expected wage, if in my mind I am thinking that the lowest wage I'll work for somebody is 500 Ghana cedis per day, then it means that if you are going to pay me, if I'm going to make a decision between leisure and work, then unless you pay me more than 500 Ghana cedis, that is when I will decide to go and work instead of going to have leisure. I take it again. If I expect you to pay me 500 Ghana cedis every day as a wage, this is my reservation. My reservation wage is 500 Ghana cedis. And my time is shared among leisure and work. If I would decide to work, then it means you have to pay me more than 500 Ghana cedis. So you pay me like 700 Ghana cedis, I will forfeit my leisure and work. But anything less than my reservation price, I'll go for leisure. So we have people who have risen up. Please can you mute yourself unless you want to ask a question. We have people who have risen in the labor market to the extent that they take a decision. The person has accumulated enough and he's okay. He needed time to enjoy his wealth. He doesn't want to exert so much effort at work again. So such people, if you want to engage them, then it should be income that is substantial enough to motivate them. They will never work if it is below a certain standard. So you see somebody will turn off certain work because to him, based on his criteria and where he has worked up to, the experience he has gathered, that income is too small. He will not. But we have another person whose income is less than this income this person is rejecting. Someone is looking for this opportunity. So we have different reservation wages. And your reservation wage will determine whether you are going to participate in the labor market or not. What factors affect the participation? Non-labor income. So for the person to say that I will not work, I'd rather go and have my leisure, one of the factors that can affect him or her is non-labor income. For example, he has a lot of pension funds, he has a lot of transfers, he has a lot of grants, donations, remittances. He has somebody who will give him money. He has been able to properly train his children or supported his children to be okay in life. He has 5 children, all of them are doing well. And this person is 55 years. He may decide to either work or not. Before such a person, you get him to be working, then it means the wage you are giving him is far beyond his reservation wage. So if he's receiving more money from such sources other than work sources, he's likely to decline participation in the labor market. But once he's receiving, of course, he has no support or nothing of such benefit I have enlisted, then this person will decide to participate. Some people retire at 45, 50, they've retired. They will not work for you again. Not because of any health or mental grounds. Some people too want to go beyond 60. 70, they still want to work. 80 years, they still want to work. Like somebody was giving a funny commentary, even though it is the truth, that Africa is a good place to live, a good place to work, no matter how small your salary is. He also emphasized that somebody who is working in Africa is richer than somebody who is working abroad. So another person asked, why do you say so? Then he says, in Africa, it is hard to see somebody working at 70. 70 years, he will not be working. I'm not saying all, I'm just giving a relative scenario. But if you are a black man and you are in another man's land, if you don't put if you don't live there and come home and come and enjoy maybe whatever asset you have built at home, then at 80, you will still be working. At 70 years, you will still be working. Because if you don't, you cannot pay your bills. You cannot pay your bills. But somebody is here at 50 years, he has retired because his children are somewhere working beautifully and they are giving him money. Some families even, or some children even retire their parents. They retire them. We are getting enough. Stop, rest, and let's take care of you. These are the non-labor incomes. Family responsibility can also be a determinant of you deciding whether to participate or not. So family responsibility like child care, elderly care, and the rest, If you are taking care of a child, you are taking care of an elderly, there's no way you can participate in the labor market. Education and skills. Where you are, the skills needed is masters, but you don't have masters, or it's degree, you don't have degree. The kind of skills they are looking for, you don't have it. You cannot participate. Gender and cultural norms, and then expected future wages and job availability. These are factors that can influence somebody to either participate or stay out of the labor market. Then the second labor supply division, remember I said supply decision is in two parts. The first part is the participation. The second decision is the hours to work decision. That is how much work. Once a person decides to participate, the next decision he or she will take is, should I work for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, or 6 hours? Unfortunately, in Africa, we don't have this system. In the West, they have the system where you decide on the number of hours you want to work. Either 8 hours, 5 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 48 hours, depending on the available hours that the company, the maximum hour the company has. So you can make a decision, but here you can't. You cannot tell the number of hours you want to work unless you are maybe a technocrat working on part-time basis, or a technocrat where they are coming for your consultancy. So if people are coming after you looking for your services, that is when you have the power to take a decision. But if not, you have to take as given. So you decide on the number of hours you want to work. I think hours is 8 hours maximum, right? Per day, maximum 8 hours. Whether you like it or yes. 8 a.m. to either 4:30 or 5 p.m. What determines the number of hours a person will work? The number one determinant is the wage rates. The number of hours somebody will work depends on the wage rate. If you are giving him higher wage rate, he's likely to give you more hours of work. The higher wages can have two effects. The first effect from higher wages is substitution effect. Substitution effect means that if you are paying me higher wages, okay, then there's no point of me going to have leisure. Higher wages will make leisure more expensive. They are paying you 500 Ghana cedis every day. Then you say that, oh, let me go and have leisure. No, you are likely to go for the 500 Ghana cedis every day and push the leisure somewhere for future. So substitution effect is that when higher wages are given, people substitute between leisure and work. People work more and reduce the leisure time. And then we have the income effect. The income effect is also that when you are being given higher wages, it increases your income. But once your income increases, now you want to have time to be spending the income that you have. So you tend to be working less. So this is the life of a young person or a young person. When you start work and you are receiving small income or you have nothing, you want to be working more hours. But as you get the money or you get money up to a certain point in life, you want to reduce the number of hours you are working and have time to spend what you have. That is the income effect. Higher wages will increase. Higher wages will increase my hours of work, which will increase my income. Once I am getting more money, I will reduce hours of leisure. Then, up to a certain point in time, I will now begin to think, oh, I have money. I need time to spend my money. I have to relax. I cannot be working every day. You see, when you don't have money, the way you talk is different from when you have money. The first day they gave you the job, you were thanking, you were lying on the ground, praising them, thank you. But now that you've gotten some money, you think you have money, you now need time to spend your money. They'll say, no, I cannot kill myself. I cannot kill myself. I came and I said, yeah, you see that kind of thing. It's because you have gotten enough. So now you decide when to work and when not to work. So there's that kind of trade-off. The balance between this effect is determined by the person's increases or reduces work hours. How to balance the two is very, very difficult. People will work more when you are giving them more. But when you give them more and they get more in future, they want to reduce the hours that they work. They don't even care if you fire them, because some have even used that money, that salary, to both their empire or both businesses. So they don't care if you lay them off, they have something to rest on. Okay. Another model we call the labor leisure choice model. Labor leisure choice model. The model is based on the assumption that individuals and households utility maximization are subject to a given constraint. It means that if you are an individual or you are a household and you want to maximize your utility, it is subject to a constraint. The constraint here could be the time. The constraint here is the time. You want to maximize your utility, meaning you want to consume more or get more money. At the same time, you want to rest. But you cannot achieve all of this at the same time because there's no time. So time becomes the constraint here. So your utility as an individual is a function of your consumption or your income and your leisure. This is your utility function. And this is subject to time. It is subject to time. Time is divided into leisure and hours that you want to work. This is what determines time. Time is a function of leisure and hours work. There are 5 assumptions we have to understand about this model. The first assumption is that individuals derive utility from the consumption of goods, and they work in order to acquire money to purchase the goods for consumption. So if you want to derive satisfaction, it is through consumption of goods. And for you to consume the goods, you must work to get money so you can buy the goods. That's assumption number 1. Assumption number 2, individuals are free to choose the number of hours they want to work. And the market they are working within is a competitive market, meaning you are not the only one in the market to be employed. There are many people of your qualification who can be employed. And the only constraint they have is time. Time is the only constraint. And to manage the time, it depends on the wage you are paying them. So my time, more of my time will go to leisure if you are paying me less wage. More of my time will go into consumption or increase into generating income if you are paying me higher wage. Assumption number 3, work involves sacrificing time available for leisure. To work means you are sacrificing time for leisure. Irrational individuals will only work when the wage is positive, and that additional money they are getting will bring about positive utility. What I mean is that if you want to work, then you have to sacrifice time for leisure. Meaning, if you want to work, you cannot have time for leisure. And every human being is rational in the sense that they will only work if the wage they are receiving is positive. And that wage they are going to receive, that additional income, will bring about a positive utility or would increase their satisfaction. If I have enough and what I'm going to receive will not contribute anything to my happiness, there's no way I will take that responsibility of working. He will not work. These are some of the ways that people think. The decision of individual is not affected by the behavior of other people. So anytime you are taking the decision as to whether to work, not to work, to have leisure or whatever, is not influenced by any one decision, including your family, your husbands, your wives. Nobody decide on how to use your time. And the last assumption is work and leisure are the only possible use of time. You cannot use your time for anything aside work and leisure. Why we need these assumptions is to help us situate the model we are building into a context. Because if we leave it open without giving assumptions, somebody can raise an issue to collapse the model. So assumptions are very key or very important in model building. Now, we should be able to derive the equilibrium condition or equilibrium situation for this individual. We should be able to derive the equilibrium condition for an individual who wants to spend his time for leisure and work. How would this person reach equilibrium? How will he be able to share your time in such a way that you are partly working and you are partly also enjoying leisure? So we call this indifference curve under the decision. Indifference curve, as you know, from normal principles of economics, either micro element or principles, is saying that combinations of two goods, okay, you consuming two goods, that leads to the same satisfaction. You consuming two goods, that leads to the same satisfaction. But in this model, the two goods here are leisure and consumption. Okay, leisure is treated as a good, leisure, and your constraint is time. So the time that I have is just like your income. Time is just like income. Income is spent on two goods, either good X or good Y. So your time is also spent on two goods, either leisure or consumption or work. Okay, so this is an indifference curve. You combining your consumption of goods and services and your leisure, that leave you with the same satisfaction. So the two constraints are time and income. The constraints here are time and income. So income is, let me develop it on a different sheet for proper understanding. Okay, so we're saying that constraint an individual face is income and time. These are the constraints. And income is derived or is gotten from the wages you are being paid times the hours you are working, plus V. V is the non-labor income. And I've explained the non-labor income to be incomes you are receiving other than work. Okay? You are receiving it from sources that you did not directly work for. Okay. And this your income is price times quantity. If you have produced 10 and you are selling it at 2 cedis, 10 times 2 is going to give you the income that you have. And time. Time is divided into leisure and hours of work. So let me name this equation 1. And this is equation 2. Now we have to find H and substitute it in equation 1. So from equation 2, you make H the subject. So T minus L is equal to H. So now put equation 3 into 1. So y is equal to W into bracket T minus L plus V. Okay, so we can expand WT minus WL plus V. We are deriving this equilibrium condition. The equilibrium condition here is that changes in consumption with respect to changes in leisure should be equal to the wage over price, which means real wage. Changes in consumption over changes in labor should be equal to the real wage. Should be equal to the real wage. If this is consumption normal utility, we say that change in commodity X1 over change in commodity X2 should be equal to the price of commodity 2 over price of commodity 1, where this is the marginal rate of substitution and this is the slope of the budget line. So we have this is the price. Now this is commodity X1, this is commodity X2, this is your budget line, and this is your indifference curve. This is what we are looking at. So changes in X over changes in X1 over X2 should be equal to the slope of this curve. So the slope of this should be equal to the slope of this line. So now we are not looking for just wage, we are looking for real wage, because the equilibrium condition is real wage, W over price. So if you have income, Y, and you divide income by price, so divide both sides by P. Divide both sides by P. Y over P is equal to W over PT minus W. If you divide income, consumption by income by price, what you get is consumption. Is consumption. So W over P times T, then minus W over P also times L, then plus V over P. So we are looking for change in consumption over change in L. So we are only differentiating this because this is where we have L. This is where we have L. This is where we have L. L is raised to the power 1. So 1 time minus WP will be minus W over P. Subtract 1 from L. 1 minus 1, which is equal to 0. So now we have change in C, change in L to be equal to L power 0 is equal to 1. So 1 times this will be minus W over P. So this is the equilibrium condition. So it means that at equilibrium, for this person to consume leisure, it should be equal to the consumption of leisure should be equal to the real wage. Should be equal to the real wage. Should be equal to the real wage. The wage that you are being paid should be a real wage. Real wage simply means that you are interested in the value of the wage. You are interested in the value of the wage you are receiving. For example, if you are paying me 100 Ghana cedis every hour, then it means that what is the real value of the 100 Ghana cedis? How many pieces of, let's say, what should I use? How many pieces of pens can I buy? How many pens? What is the price of pen? Let's say pen is 3 Ghana cedis. Now, next month, you've increased it from 100 cedis to 150. What is the price of pen next month? Let's say today price is 5 Ghana cedis. Next month, price is 15 Ghana cedis. And you are increasing my salary from my wage, hourly wage, from 100 Ghana cedis to 150 Ghana cedis. I cannot just say that I am better off because I'm receiving 150. I have to look at the number of pens I can use 150 to buy next month versus the number of pens I can use 100 Ghana cedis to buy this month to take a decision. For all you know, you are better off today than yesterday, or you are better off yesterday than today. So the real wage is very important to look at. You can also use the Lagrange approach to solve the same problem. The Lagrange approach. The Lagrange approach, you have to have your constraint. And like I said, this is our constraint. You substitute the constraint into the income labor model, like a GDA. So we substitute the T into that model. So you have Y to be WH plus V. This is your constraint. But we know that H is equal to T minus L. So your constraint becomes W into bracket T minus L plus V. This is your constraint. And what is your utility? Your utility is CL, meaning you want to consume goods and services and have leisure. Consume goods and services and also have leisure. So you form your Lagrange function. You form your Lagrange function. Remember, Y is the same as C. So if you multiply P by Y by C, that gives you your total consumption. The goods and services you are consuming times the price you are paying, that gives you your total consumption. So you set your Lagrange function. The Lagrange function is here. This is your utility, which we can say objective function. And then this is your constraint. This is your constraint. Your PC minus W, H minus H, which I think you are very familiar with it. Have you done Lagrange before? Have you differentiated Lagrange function before? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. We did it at ECO416D.
Exactly. So we have PC, our constraint is this. PC is equal to W into bracket T minus L plus V. This is our constraint. Constraint must always be rearranged so that those at the right hand side will move to join the one at the left hand side. So you move minus W. Let me expand T. Then minus T, W times T minus W times L plus V. WT minus L. I move this to cross the sign. Minus V. This is the constraint. And the utility is a function of consumption and leisure. So your Lagrange function is your utility, which is your objective function, plus your lambda. Lambda represents the marginal utility of money. PC minus W. PC minus W. T minus L minus V. So you differentiate L with respect to C. Maybe let me use Z instead of L to avoid confusion between the leisure here and that Lagrange. Changing Z over changing L is equal to, if I'm differentiating this L, I'll call it UL, meaning I've differentiated it. Then I'll differentiate the next L, which is here. And that is negative L. So if I differentiate this, I'll multiply it by W. But if I differentiate this is 1. 1 times W. So W times lambda will give us minus W is equal to 0. If you group like terms, you have lambda W equation 1. If you also differentiate with respect to consumption, you have U consumption. U consumption minus, if I differentiate consumption here, I have P. P times lambda is sorry, let me do the specification where the specification is not properly arranged. So we have plus minutes. PC WT, let us expand, minus WL plus V. Okay. So Z cannot decide to move. Either you move the PC to cross the equal sign, or you move all of this to cross the equal sign. But there are two effects. If you want to move this to cross the equal sign, the lambda becomes negative. But if you want to move this one to rather cross the equal sign, then the lambda becomes positive. I'm sure you did that in ECO416D. So Z is equal to, I am moving this ones to join the PC, minus WT plus WL minus V. Oh, what's happening? U CL plus lambda into brackets PC minus WT. The WL will cross the sign, become positive WL. Then the V will also cross minus V. So change in Z, change in L is equal to UL. If you differentiate L here, you get W. You multiply that W by lambda, that will give us plus lambda W is equal to 0. If I group like terms, I'll get negative lambda W. Let's name this one. You do same for C. That will give us UC minus C is here. That will give us P. That will give us P. So P times this will be lambda P is equal to 0. Because here is positive. So lambda P is equal to 0. Group like terms, UC is equal to minus lambda P. This is equation 2. You can find equation 3, which I don't need it now. Equation 3, you differentiate with respect to lambda, Z over lambda. If I differentiate lambda, I'll get what is inside the bracket. That becomes the third equation. But I'm interested in the first two to be able to find the slope. So now divide equation 1 divided by equation 2. Equation 1 is UL over UC is equal to lambda W over minus lambda W over lambda P. So lambda minus lambda will cancel. That will give us UL UC equals W over P. So this is the Lagrange approach, which is not different from what we have derived here. You shouldn't get a negative because it is known that at equilibrium, the slope of each of them is negative already. So when you solve, this negative will not be seen when you solve for the values. So if you use the Lagrange approach, the negative must not appear. Everything must look positive, which I think you are so familiar with this. So what do we have? What we have here is this. What I've just derived is here. UL UC is equal to W over P, which is the equilibrium condition. So at equilibrium, For the person to share the time between leisure and consumption, this is the same as marginal utility of leisure over marginal utility of consumption. And marginal utility for leisure over utility for consumption is called marginal rate of substitution between leisure and consumption. MUL over MUC is called marginal rate of substitution between leisure and consumption. How you substitute between leisure and consumption. That should be equal to the slope of your constraint. And the constraint is the same as your budget line or your budget. Please, are you relating the concept to what you know already? Hello?
Yes, Doc.
Yes. So it is the same old thing that you know, how to find marginal rate of substitution. If this is production, we say marginal rate of technical substitution. Anytime this wage rate changes, the change in the wage rate has two effects, which we have analyzed already. It has income effect and it has substitution effect. When wages increase, it will force you to work more, and therefore you reduce your leisure hours. But once you reduce your leisure hours and work more, you get more money. After you get more money up to a certain point in time, you want to now reduce the hours you are working and rather have time for leisure. So the effect of increasing wages on this two effect is ambiguous. There's ambiguity in the overall effect. Because one, it is helping me wages increase in wages is forcing me to increase working hours, to reduce work, but it's leading to a fall in leisure. But as I get more money up to a point, this one will increase my income. My income will rise. As I'm getting more money, now I want to reduce my working hours so that I can have more time for my leisure. So there's ambiguity. This side is causing labor supply to rise, but this side is also causing labor supply to fall. That's ambiguity. Until you know which of them is having the greater impact, you cannot tell the effect of wage increment on the entire labor market supply. So there is ambiguity in this scenario or this analysis. Please, if you have questions, you can just draw my attention to it and I'll gladly answer. So the substitution and the income effect can be illustrated graphically. We can illustrate it graphically, right? So for example, let me use this graph to do the illustration that you're seeing here. I'm explaining this. So this is your budget line. Let me name this A and B. So this budget line represents your constraint, which is your time and your income, the constraint line. So let's assume that at this constraint, this is where you are consuming. This is your consumption at that constraint. So you are consuming at point E. What are you consuming? Some amount of leisure and then wage and leisure. So if I trace this here, this is work. Sorry, no wage, work. This is work. And if I trace this here, this is leisure. So at equilibrium, this is the amount of time you are devoting for work and the amount of time devoting for leisure. Okay. Then, unfortunate for you, there is a fall in leisure. meaning you are increasing time for work, and you are reducing your time for leisure. So if this is your budget line, if your time is shifting, it means leisure and work are going to be affected. So that is, let's assume, bringing your labor demand curve, so your constraint curve downward. This indicates that there's a reduction in the leisure time that you are enjoying. So if you reduce your leisure time, then on a new indifference curve, budget line, which is, let me call that CD, you have to determine the number of hours you work and then the leisure time that you want to have. This person decides to be at this point. He decides to be here. Let's call that point A. Point A, he's reducing his leisure hours to L2. He's reducing his leisure hours to L2. Then he's also reducing his working hours. But this person is deriving satisfaction on the old utility function or on the old indifference curve. One of the characteristics of indifference curve is that point on the same indifference curve leads to the same level of satisfaction. So to keep this person at the same level of satisfaction, then we have to draw a new budget set that will be tangential to the old curve. To the old curve. Please permit me to draw it on a different curve, a different page, so that it can be clear for your understanding. Sorry. Okay. So we have and begin from this one. Point A, point B, you have your leisure and you have work. This is your initial equilibrium, amount of work, amount of leisure using my time. So that is the equilibrium. Then there is an increase in the leisure time. Let's say this person wants to increase his leisure time. He wants to increase his leisure time. Or wages has fallen. If wages fall, this person will now increase leisure. If I say the person is increasing his leisure, what I mean is that there is a fall in wage. And therefore, if wages fall, there should be a fall in work, so that there will be a rise in leisure. So leisure will increase. So that will take us to a new curve, which would shift in favor of L, which will shift in favor of L. So this is point A. This person now decides on the number of labor and wages to consume. That would depend on whether he's seeing leisure as a normal good, wages as a normal good. When we say normal good, these are goods you consume more once your income level increases. And inferior, you consume less once your income level increases. So if the person decides to be on this part of consuming at this part where he consumed this amount of W, consume this amount of L, then it means that this person is seeing both leisure and work as normal goods. He's seeing both leisure and work as normal goods. So let's name this point B. But at this point B, you have given the person so much leisure than needed. The leisure he was enjoying at point A was okay. He's moving to point B because you are giving him so much and doesn't know what to do with it. So he's taking it. It's just like somebody who needs just 2 weeks leave and you've given him 4 weeks. He will still take it. He will not say, oh, I needed only 2. He will still take it. And that additional 2 is an abuse. He's going to just utilize it unbeneficially. So you have to make sure that you keep the person to the satisfaction level or to the level that will bring more satisfaction. So you have to bring this person back from point B to the old indifference curve, this old one. So that will mean that I have to draw a line to pass through this curve like this. Where it touches, that will be the amount of L I want to consume. If I trace it here, see that I'm reducing the amount of work, but I am increasing the amount of leisure. So let's call this one point C. So you have point A, you have point C, you have point B. Point A to point C, A to C is called substitution effect. Substitution effect because you are substituting some amount of work for some amount of leisure because of the fall in wage. You are reducing work so that you can have more leisure. Then from point C to point B, point C to point B is what we call the income effect. Income effect, i.e. And then point A to point B is what we call the total effect, meaning point C, substitution effect plus income effect. SE plus IE is equal to the total effect. When you look at here, if I draw a line like this, you can see that as wages, if I want to use wages to do the relationship, you can see that as wages is going up, this is not wage, this is work, but I'm just turning it upside down so that you get a picture. As wages are going up, okay, hours of work is also increasing from point E to point B. But as beyond this point, look at where we are. We are at point A. It is burning like this. It is burning backwards. So we have a backward burning supply curve. Like what we have here, it is burning like this. This is giving us the relationship between hours a person will work and the the wages the person will receive. In the beginning, if you pay me 0, I'll supply 0 labor. As you are increasing my wage, I'll supply more labor. As you increase my wage, I'll increase supply of labor. As you increase my wage, labor supply will increase. As you increase my wage further, now labor supply is falling. Labor supply is falling. So we have backward bending labor supply curve to indicate that if you keep increasing wages for labor and the wage amount you are giving the person makes this person rich. Over time, he wants to reduce the hours that he wants to work. So this points to the fact that you've given me the highest wage, and I'm also giving you the highest hours. If you want to increase my wage to even W3, I want to work less. He has reached the highest hours that he can work for you. This also means the person has gotten enough income, and therefore he wants to use the money to create more space or leisure for himself. So you see them taking leave, going on trip to Dubai and the rest. When you started work and you had nothing, you were doing overtime because you need more money. But once you realize that, oh, life has changed more, now you stop doing the overtime. You want to take your time, go and relax somewhere, have time for your family and the rest. So nobody wants to give out his time forever. The more time I give out, the more money I get. And as my money grows up to a point, I will need time to spend the same money I have gotten. Rationally, that is how labor supply must be. So I have some trial questions in page 51 and 52. Once you get the slides, try your hands on them. Now let's explain or look at some of the interesting models in the labor market. Interesting models in the labor market. You realize that most of the things that are happening between men and women when it comes to who participate in the labor market are predetermined. There are theories that existed so many years ago, or there are actually theories that explains that why a husband will want the wife to stay at home while the husband is the only one working. We are going to look at three theories. The first theory is the male chauvinist model. Male chauvinist model. This is more or less a traditional family or a patriarchal household model, meaning model that explains people who vested all powers in family to men. Okay, the model assumes that men dominate economic and household decisions. To take a household decision or to take economic decision, men dominate. Men dominate. Particularly regarding who will work and who will stay home. The man decides whether the wife must work or the wife must stay home. The assumptions about this model is, one, the man or the husband is considered the primary decision maker or head of the household. The wife's utility and labor market participation depends on the husband's presence or not solely her own. So assumption number one says that the man is the head. He decides everything in the household. And assumption number two, for the woman to participate in the labor market, the husband must decide. And assumption number three, the household utility function is dominated by the male's preference and values. So what they will eat in the house is predominantly determined by the man. And four, gender norms and cultural expectations determine roles. So the man is the breadwinner and the woman focuses on domestic work or child care. That is the male chauvinist model. The male chauvinist model. Very interesting and primitive, backward model. I know women activists will always fight against this model because it doesn't speak for women, which I also believe in that. Okay, let's continue. So the basic model structure is that the utility of the household is a function of consumption or household consumption, which is the C, is a function of the household consumption, C. Then the husband's leisure and the wife's leisure. This is what determines the utility. Okay. And the household total income is made up of income from the wife and income from the husband. So this is the income from the husband. The wages the man is receiving times the hours the man is working, plus the wages the wife is receiving times the hours the wife is working, plus V, which V is the non-labor income. V is the non-labor income, meaning income they are getting from other sources aside work, apart from work, income they are receiving from other sources. So the entire income of this family is made up of this. Okay. In the male chauvinist setup, the husband determines the wife's labor hours. So for the wife to work, even if the man will allow the wife to work, he determines the number of hours the woman must work. The man may restrict the participation of the wife in the labor market, even if the wife is receiving higher salary than the man. And the wife's leisure is partly a status symbol. So if your wife is not working, it shows how prestigious or how powerful you are as a man in a society. So in this model, men whose wives are not working, they are housewives, means that those men are more economically powerful, meaning they are earning enough to take care of their wives. But if your wife is working, then it means you are not economically powerful enough. That is why you are allowing your wife to work. That is according to the model. Now, how does this model affect labor supply? So what is the implication? What is the effect of this model on labor supply? So the implication of this model is that, one, female labor supply may be lower than predicted by the neoclassical model because of the intra-household power dynamics and social norms. Because the man decides everything. If men decide that they will not allow their wives to work, and as we know, women are more populated globally, then it means that labor supply will fall in short. This model will create lower labor supply if it is anything to go by. That is the first implication. So this is telling us that in an economy where women are allowed to participate less in the labor market, there will always be lower labor supply. The second implication is that even if the wife's potential wage rises, she may not enter the labor market if the husband's preference dominates. So like the model gives more powers to men, even if the kind of qualification the wife is having and the kind of job she can get, the wage she's going to receive will be so high even than the man's own. The model is saying that it is going to still make the woman not to enter the labor market, since the man has the power to stop her from working. And finally, the model helps explain persistent gender gaps. This is why there's a gap between male participation in the labor force and female participation in the labor force. This is why, even though women are more than us, but you go to key positions in the economy, men dominate. It is because of some of these explanations why the gap between male and female is so wide. You go to every organization, with the exception of those that are feminist in nature, like, oh, as for this job, they are a man. Apart from those kind of jobs that both male and female must do, you go there and the male dominates, even though population-wide, female are more than male. Some of these practices, based on the model, is accounting for some of these reasons. So cultural and social norms play a very critical role in women participation, not only in just the labor market, but in leadership positions. Positions women occupy in leadership or in organization setting is being influenced by some of these cultural and social norms. So you see, those times where women were not allowed to be participating, to be working, to just be housewives. There's a model that is actually explaining that. people have developed models to be explaining some of these things. The second and third models are family budget constraint models, and household production model. So let's look at the family utility or family budget constraint model. The family budget constraint model explains that individual labor market supply decision results from maximization of their joint family utility. So for me to enter the labor market to work, I don't only consider myself, I consider my entire family. That is it. And it is subject to a single constraint, the time. So two people forming this household, let's say the wife and the husband are the only individuals that are forming the household. So the wife's model, utility model, constraint is going to be, H is the husband. Constraint is going to be hours the husband will work times the wages the husband receive plus leisure. Then for the woman to WH plus L. So it means they all have the same variables. So we can put all the variables together and call the Y star to represent both of them. So the family budget constraint is then given as the hours worked times the wages plus the leisure time. What is the implication of this? In this model, a change in wage will bring about two substitution effects. Two substitution effects that will influence whether somebody will supply labor or not. Given this model, when there's a change in wage, if the W is either increasing or decreasing, it is going to have effect on supply of labor. And the effect is decomposed into two. The first one is substitution effect. The first substitution effect is once wages changes, it is going to change how somebody, either the husband or the wife, would supply labor. So substitution effect will change from the changes, effect will come from the changes in one's own wage. So for example, a change in, say, the husband's wage would affect the family labor supply, and the substitution effect on the family will be negative. Let me put it this way. Your wage is going to influence your labor supply. So labor supply is a function of wage. If, let's say, wage is increasing, then this person is likely to increase labor supply and reduce leisure. Let me use work. We will increase work and reduce the leisure. That is the first effect. When your wage increase, it will influence either the man or the husband's ability to work. If wage increases, the husband will increase work and reduce the leisure. If the wage also falls, the husband will increase leisure and reduce work. So that is a negative substitution effect. Negative. Whilst wage increases, it forces the man to work more and reduce leisure. So once leisure reduces, whilst leisure reduces, whilst work increases. That effect is negative. Negative substitution effect. The second effect is the cross substitution effect. Cross substitution effect is as a result of income you are receiving from other sources, how that will influence your participation in either the labor market or in having more leisure. Income from other sources. Income from other sources do not have direct effect on your labor supply, but they have indirect effect. So if, for example, other sources of income increases, then I will reduce my hours of work. My hours of work will fall because I am getting other sources of income. And that can also reduce the hours of work by the second partner. So let me put it this way. If I'm getting, say, bonuses for free, I'm getting transfers, I'm getting remittances from families and friends, I'm getting all this. I am the husband and my wife. The husband is receiving these bonuses. The husband is working. The wife is also working. The husband wants leisure. The wife also wants leisure. So if the husband is getting some bonuses that could help support the income he's receiving, then the husband could reduce the hours of work, and the bonuses is getting would add or would take care of the money that is losing for reducing the hours of work. I'm working 8 hours and they are paying me 200 Ghana cedis. Now I am getting bonuses at work, at other places, remittances, gift, donations, support, grant. That's worth about 5,000 Ghana cedis. It is likely to influence me to reduce my 8 hours to, let's say, 4 hours, if the system permits, like elsewhere. That additional 4 hours you are pushing to leisure. The leisure here means loss of income, but that loss of income will be replaced by the bonuses, the 5,000 bonuses that you are getting elsewhere. That is what we call the cross substitution effect. So because you are getting money from other sources, it's making you to take the decision between working more or having leisure. So if I'm getting more money from other sources, I'll have more leisure and reduce work. If I'm getting less money from other sources, I'd rather work more and reduce leisure. So that is the cross substitution effect. This is very practical and happens to many. Some people don't work, like I said earlier, they don't work more, they don't stress themselves, especially if there's overtime. This is your company wants people who want to work overtime. Not everyone that will opt for it. Those who will not opt for it, if I take medical conditions out, and let's say so much stress at that point, the decision for somebody not to take the overtime will be based on other sources of income. Those who have other sources of income are likely to turn down those extra work. They want to go home and have leisure, have rest. But those who don't have other sources with more responsibility will go for the extra hours. So this is basically what we're communicating, or I'm communicating to you here. There are weaknesses to this model. The first weakness is that the model fails to show how utility function is generated in relation to work. So all that we looked at is the constraint. How does this utility function is generating the work that you are doing? If I'm getting satisfaction that I am getting, how is that influencing the work that I am having? Like the way we derive models for other ones, like this one, we can find the C consumption, and we can also find the L. Okay, if model is given, and I think I've given you some trial question to that effect. Here, once the C and the L are known, you can. But this model do not help us to do that. It also ignores, or there's a conflict of interest. The model assumes that if my wife likes Banku, I must also like Banku. But that's not the case. You can get married to somebody or within your family, even your own children. Some don't eat what you prefer or what you eat. So the model did not take care of such. I like fufu, and you also like You don't like fufu, but you like banku. The model did not take care of this, where there are differences in preference. What the model said is that the man dominates. Whatever the family says they are going to eat, that's it. Or the model assumes that because they are family, they all have the same taste, which is a big flaw. So there's a conflict of interest where somebody may have different um, taste for a commodity or a good different from what the other person is having. Okay. Now, our last topic for this particular slide will look at wage determination, how wages are determined. I have algebraically determined that, where I gave you equilibrium demand and equilibrium supply, and then we find W. That is the wage determination. Okay. So we'll look at wage determination in the different market structures. Let's begin from perfect competition, where both labor and product markets are competitive. Labor market is where you buy the factors of production, and product market are where you sell the final goods you use labor to produce. So in both markets, there's perfect competition. If you want to hire labor, you are hiring labor from a market that is perfect competitive. There are so many suppliers of labor. There are so many demanders of labor. And in selling the product you are using labor to produce to, we have so many sellers, we have so many buyers. No single person can influence the price. These are the assumptions about the model. So in the labor market, there are many employers and employees, such that none has influence on the wage rate. Anytime anything is competitive, no single person can influence it's perfect competitive. No single person can influence the price. So the same old assumptions you know about perfect competition. There are free entry and exit of workers and employers. So if you're a worker, you can exit if you think the wage rate is low. You can also enter if you think the wage rate is high. The employer can also hire if the wage rate is low, and it can lay off if the wage rate is high or fail to employ. Firms are wage takers. If you are a firm, and in the normal one, you know, we say you are a price taker. But the price is now wage, so you are a wage taker. And the wage is determined from the intersection of demand and supply of labor. And I think I have walked you through how to determine the equilibrium. So once we equate supply of labor to demand for labor, you are able to derive the equilibrium wage. There's also absence of trade unions. In a perfect competitive system of labor market and output market, trade unions do not exist. All right. And the government does not also intervene in fixing the wage. So there's nothing like tripartite committee that determines the wage rate of people. No, or workers. Everything is through the forces of demand and supply. You and I, we are rational. So the workers are rational and the employers are also rational. Workers are always looking for higher wage, or they will prefer higher wage to lower wage, while the employers are also preferring higher profit to lower profit. It means that a worker will only work if the wages are high. An employer will also only employ if he will get profit out of the employment. The next assumption is that attractiveness of the job is measured in terms of the hourly wage. So for you to be paid any amount, it depends on the hourly wage, all right? And for somebody to also work for you, the person will look at the hourly wage. It is the wage that you are paying the person that determines whether this job is attractive or it is not attractive. Okay? We are holding any job conditions constant. We are not caring about the environment. We are not caring about anything. We are holding any other factor that can influence you as of today. What will influence you to work for somebody? We are holding all of that constant except wage. So the only thing that will influence your choice to work for someone is the wage rate that the person is paying you. And workers are assumed to be homogeneous in characteristics, meaning all of us have the same quality, the same qualification, the same everything as workers. And finally, there are assumptions of full employment and flexible wages. Full employment means at every point in time, all people who are looking for a job are employed, and all firms use their capacity to the fullest. Prices, wages are flexible. It means they can come down or go up. They are very, very flexible. They can come down or go up. So for you to determine the equilibrium market rate for wage, it is you equating demand for labor to supply of labor, which I have determined already. And then the level at which labor demand coincide or meet labor supply is called equilibrium. So in our example, we had the wage rate to be 10 cedis and the equilibrium labor supply and labor demand to be, I think, 20, if my memory serves me right. Good. And that is what you see here. So demand for labor and supply of labor. And this is the equilibrium. You determine the wage rate and then determine the number of people to employ. So the labor, we are looking at another example where the labor market is competitive like before, but the product market is monopolist, meaning in the labor market where you hire labor, there are many labor or employees. There are many employees, but where the firm sells the final product, consumable product, we have only one firm, which means a monopoly. So the monopoly will go and buy from a market where there are so many sellers, but he will come and sell his final product in a market where there are so many buyers, but he's the only seller. This curve is looking at relationship between labor supply for a monopolist and labor supply for a perfect competitive firm versus the wages they pay. They may choose to pay the same wage. Where payment of wages are the same, the perfect competitive firm will hire more labor than the monopoly. Because for the perfect competitive firm, the number of firms are many. So if each firm is producing small quantities, once you put the quantities together, it becomes many. And each firm will also employ, unlike the monopoly. So monopoly employ less amount of labor, while the perfect competitive firm employ more, even when they are paying the same wage rate of W. This is why government don't encourage monopoly, especially in the private sector. They don't encourage monopoly. Because monopoly firms will always produce below the efficiency level. And once they do that, it affects the number of people that can be employed through this. It affects the number of people that can be employed. So the monopolistic product and monopolistic labor market. Another market type. Remember, we have at this level, we have three basic type of market structures. There are four, but we will restrict to three. The perfect competition, the monopoly, and then the monopolistic competitive market. The monopolistic is a market structure where we have both the characteristics of the monopoly and the characteristics of the perfect competitive firms at play. We have many buyers and many sellers, just as monopolistic, just as perfect competition. But each firm behave like a monopoly because they produce differentiated product. The product industry A is producing is different from the product industry B is producing. So that makes them distinct. So enter any supermarket, the same thing from different industries, different color, different brand, different taste. This is what makes the market more monopolistic. The most rarest type of market structure we have in practice is the monopolistic. Monopoly do not exist anywhere. Perfect competition do not exist anywhere. What exists in reality is the monopolistic market. If I tell you, I ask you to tell me monopoly, you tell me Ghana Water Company, you tell me Electricity Company of Ghana. These are not natural monopolists. We have people in this country who don't use Ghana Water. So there's a substitute. There are people who don't use fully Ghana Electricity Company of Ghana. They don't use ECG throughout. Okay, so these people, once we talk about monopoly, it means there shouldn't be close substitute. Even torchlight and battery or this solar panels are all substitutes for ECG. People dig their own well, they have their own whatever, they don't use Ghana Water. So they are not monopoly. They are just a close example of how we can describe a monopoly. Okay. So for monopolistic competitive firm, the same thing plays out. If you compare the monopolistic competitive firm demand for labor to that of the perfect competitive firm, you still see that perfect competitive firms will hire more labor than the monopolistic. And they will pay different equilibrium wage. So this is the wage that the monopolistic is paying, and this is the wage that the monopoly is paying. Sorry, the perfect competitive firm is paying. So if you look at the gap here, the gap between this is what we call the monopolistic exploitation. Monopolistic exploitation. The difference between WP, which is the wages the perfect competitive firm will pay, minus the wages the monopolistic firm will pay, is what we call monopolistic exploitation. Monopolistic exploitation. They are exploiting. They are supposed to pay wage of WP, but they are paying below that. So that difference is the exploitation. So in real world, wages play a critical role in the management of the economy. Wages, it plays an important role. Wages will determine whether there will be inflation or not. It will determine whether output level will increase or not. It will determine whether demand for goods and services will increase or not. So the growth of an economy, wages play very critical role. It helps in resource allocation or labor to the various sectors of the economy. Where wages are high, sectors that pay high wages simply means that they need more labor. So it will help you to know which side should I allocate more labor. It has also effect on human capital, development or investment. If labor is less paid in a particular sector, for example, like our agricultural sector where labor is less paid, the simple policy towards this sector is that the people have low skills, or these are jobs that anyone at all can do. That is why we are paying them low. So give them more investment in invest more in the knowledge of people, okay, so that they can have higher knowledge in farming, or they can have expertise in farming. If I am a teacher and you think you pay me less because I have secondary certificate, it means invest in this person to get a degree or to get a diploma or any equivalent qualification that will enhance the person's ability to also earn higher wages. So wage helps to determine the sector or the area of economy where more people must be sent to, and also how we have to develop our human capital. When we talk about human capital, we are talking about training, our cognitive or giving us training through education, training through any professional program that could help us execute our works like experts. But often we use education and health as indicators to determine the human capital base of an economy. Your health facilities, how healthy your people are, how educated your people are. These are the indicators that we use in determining human capital. Labor decision and population distribution, industrial relations and atmosphere, the level of output and productivity. All these are being influenced by the wages. If wages are high, you see people being more productive. Economy where people are paid well, they also exert more effort in what they do. So we'll later look at a model or reasons why wages must be increased. Why sometimes employers pay us beyond the minimum wage. Why is it that the minimum wage is 19 cedis 97 and your company is not paying you 19 cedis 97 every day, but they are paying you above that? We'll look at a model that explains or reasons why such happens. So in real world, firms aim to maximize profit. And in real world, there is information asymmetry in the labor market, which is heterogeneous in nature. All of this influences the wage determination of wage rate. All of this. All these factors we are listing here influence the wage rate determination. The labor market mediated by government and union. The reason why it's not just a demand and supply. What I am communicating here is that it's not just the demand and supply that determines the wage in the wage market, the labor market, but it can also be determined by the profit maximization motive of firms, because the firm want to increase revenue. If you want to increase revenue, then you must motivate your people by giving them higher wage. And I'm saying we'll look at some model that explains how this works. Then another reasons why wage rate or another factor that determines wage rate is information asymmetry in the labor market. If I say information asymmetry, it means that information is never free. Information is never free. Some people have more information in the labor market than others. Somebody who complains, 5 years now, I've been searching for a job, I've not gotten one. Another person has just completed national service. The person got job. Labor market information. A company that you have qualification, you'll be walking around every day because you don't have access to information. You didn't know they are employing. Another person moved far away this time. He got the information and the person is employed. So it means that different wage prevails. Wages are not just a demand and supply thing where we determine only single one and all of us follow. Companies pay different wages. Those of us online now, even within the same organization, we are receiving different wages based on a number of factors. So it is not just the demand, oh, I'm looking for more people to employ versus I have fewer people to give out for employment. That determines the wage. It goes beyond that. There are a number of factors. Some firms pay the average wage, what we call the efficiency wage, whilst others pay lower. So wages are not simply determined the way we see it, demand and supply. No. Others may consider vector of individual and firm characteristics. For example, he will pay you your wage based on your level of education, based on training, your skills, your age, your experience, your marital status, and your gender. If you go for a job interview, I'm sure one of the last questions you'll be asked is whether you are single or you are married. Because the kind of work you are going to do, sometimes your marital status has impact on it. So they will ask you if they are looking for people who are not married and your response is you are married with kids or not, it could influence your chances. Maybe not because you don't have the educational qualification or the experience. You have them, but your marital status can take you out. Okay. As for gender, jobs that are gender specific, I'm sure it should be stated. So gender, let's put, unless they are looking for ways that are more, that require muscles, and you are a woman and you find yourself there, I'm not sure you win or you get this job. And jobs that are women, women preferred. For example, some banks will never use men as tellers. Okay. Some too don't have issues, they blend the two. Okay. They'll never use a woman as whatever. Those ones are there. But these are some of the aspects that influence your wages, not just demand and supply. Then some demand factors such as the size of the firm. If the firm is too small, they cannot employ more. If the firm is too big, they can employ more. The level of unionization. The level of unionization. Unionization is the same as union intensity, or we are talking about the measure of the number of people who are part of members of a union out of the total number of workers. Okay, so number of people who are members of unions, members of union over total workers, or you can say labor force, times 100. So if you pick the entire labor force of a country, okay, you calculate to see how many people are members of a union divided by the total number of people in the labor force times 100. A higher rate means a higher unionization. It means in this economy, there are so many labor unions. And you know that labor unions can impact on wage determination. Strong labor union could increase wages. All right. And strong labor union can also increase cost of production for firms because they have to be paying more to workers since they can bargain. And that could also have effect on unemployment. Because if I have to always be paying high wages, then I'll also be careful how many people I employ at a time. The industrial sector and location. These are all factors that can affect wage determination. So we talked about the wage efficiency from here. We're saying that some firms pay the average wage, which you call the efficiency wage. So we want to look at the wage efficiency theory or efficiency wage theory. The efficiency wage theory. The efficiency wage theory, according to this theory, paying workers a higher wage than equilibrium wage can make them more productive, more loyal, and less likely to shirk or quit. Shirk means avoid responsibility. Yeah, to avoid responsibility. You give the person work, he or she will not do it. Right? That's shirk. So according to the efficiency wage theory, anytime you pay people wages above the minimum wage or the equilibrium wage, above this one, above this equilibrium, either the monopoly equilibrium or the perfect competitive equilibrium. If you pay them above that equilibrium, it brings a lot of advantages. And the advantages are that the people become more productive, they become more loyal towards the organization, and their ability to shirk or avoid responsibility will be very minimal, or quit the job will be very minimal. So if you don't pay them well, they'll begin to steal you. They'll begin to be, oh, mommy, we cry there, papa, we cry there. No matter how hard you exert effort, it is not rewarding. The person will not reward you. He will not even appraise you. There will be no incentive, no promotion, no cash or kind, whatever. So let me do what I can. I won't kill myself. These are the kind of commentary you'll be hearing behind the scene. That is why firms must pay the efficiency wage. And this is the reason why you see companies not paying the 19.97, but they are paying you about 10 times of the 19.97 as daily wage. These are the reasons. So this improves performance. Once you pay the efficiency wage, it will improve the performance of the people. And once performance improves, it means you are also reducing cost. One thing you don't know is that if you don't treat your workers well, your cost of production will rather increase, because these people will do things that will not help you to minimize cost. The 8 hours, they will not work all 8 hours. They will work more and rest more. They will not come to work early. Their attitude towards work, they will not do the right things. And that will cause a lot of damage to the organization. If you sack them, you are bringing new people to now train them. So these are the issues. So you are better keep the old ones, pay them well, and they will give their effort. We have what we call learning curve. The learning curve is saying that the more experience you are in an organization, the more you repeat tasks and the more you reduce errors. So if you are an accountant and you are always doing this accounting job for, let's say, 10 years, your ability to make errors is very, very low compared to somebody who is just a year old experience in the same job. So as you reduce the errors, you are increasing the efficiency, you are increasing or improving the performance, and you are also reducing the cost that the organization is likely to incur. So firms will voluntarily pay above the market wage to get the efficiency benefit. They'll pay above the minimum wage of 19 so that they can get efficiency benefit. So let's use this curve to throw small light. The line passing through the origin, okay, 45 degrees line, represents the fact that, or it explains the fact that the efficiency wage, what you call effort, the efficiency here is the same as effort, is equal to wage. Effort is equal to wage, meaning that the more you increase the wage, the more effort people also put in. So if you divide this into two, the 90 degrees into two, the left hand side and the right hand side are all equal. That is the meaning of the equality. So my efficiency or effort will increase once you are increasing my wage. So efficiency, the EW represent the effort curve or the efficiency curve. And this curve responds to the movement of wage. So look at this. If my wage is 0, my effort will also be 0. If you increase my wage to, if you increase my wage to 1, my effort will be 1. And this is the efficiency wage.
Okay.
If you increase my wage to 3, I'll keep increasing my effort. Okay, so you see that as wages are increasing, efforts are also increasing until you get to the point where this efficiency curve, okay, this efficiency curve intersects the 45 degrees line. Then you determine the efficiency wage. Efficiency wage. So at every point in time, this side of the curve should be equal to this side of the curve. The side I am naming A is the effort side, so effort. And the side I am naming K is the wage, is the wage. So effort should be equal to wage. So give me more wages and I will exert effort. If it is not that the workers are wicked and don't meant well for the company, any manager or any CEO that takes care of the welfare or ensure that the right wages are paid to its workers, I'm telling you, these people will never do anything to hurt the organization, because your conscience will even judge you. Oh, this man is so nice to me. Why should I steal the cup of sugar? No. This man is so nice to me. I don't want to go to work late. My manager pays us well. He gave us the right incentive at the right time. Why should I do this to head the organization? If this company collapses, I don't think I'll get another company as nice as this, as caring and as incentive driven as this. So the person will always do the right thing. But once you are wicked towards them, you insult them anytime you feel like insulting, you talk trash as if you are not benefiting from them, they are only benefiting from you. I'm telling you, they will not give out their best.
Yeah.
Some will deliberately collapse the company for you. Okay, so these are some of the reasons. Hello.
Yes, go on, Doc.
Okay, these are some of the reasons why you don't have to say that the government said, oh, minimum wage is 19.97. So irrespective of whatever, I'm going to pay you 19.97. No, that will not be the best. The person will give you productivity level equal to how much you are paying him. So from the graph, these are some of the reasons for efficiency wage theory. Reasons why you have to pay your workers above the minimum wage or above the equilibrium wage. One is to avoid checking. To avoid checking. Checking model. So there's a model we call checking model. And the model says that higher wages act as an incentive for workers to work hard and not check, not avoid responsibility. So if you pay him higher wage, he will not avoid responsibility. He will rush to do the work anytime you give him or her. Just understand this from how we treat children. You see, when you send a child and let's say there's a small change and then you say, oh, fuck up. You see how they react. The next time they'll even come. Please, will you send me or do you want to send me? Or you give the child food. Okay. I mean, the way you treat the person, that is how the person will also respond. So the reason for efficiency wage is to avoid checking. Two, reasons for efficiency wage theory is to turn over. It is explained using a model we call turnover model. The turnover model is saying that high labor turnover is costly because firms must recruit and train new workers. So paying above the market wage will reduce worker turnover. Employees are more likely to stay longer. But if you are paying below the market rate or even equal to the market rate, these people, once they find any other job well attractive, well paid than yours, they will stop and go. Because everyone is after his or her self-interest. Just as the employer, you are looking for your self-interest of profit maximization, the employee is also looking for self-interest of higher wages. So to avoid turnover model, you have trained the person, he has been with you for like 10 years. He has gotten more experience. Now that the experience is there, productivity must increase. The person has gotten a new job, which is well paid. You run away. I know some of you, you don't want to leave your new job, not because it is well paid, but because of how your manager relates with you. How they relate with you. You have developed so much attachment to the job, not just the salary. You are not leaving because the salary is high. You have other offer that can pay you better, but you are still sticking to the old one. It is because of some of these things. Okay, so wages are very critical, but the way you treat them is also very critical. Superior job application pool. There's a model called superior job application pool. The model is saying that once your company is ready to offer higher wages, or if you are known to be paying well, you are likely to get more applicants who have high skills to apply to that job. Or if you are paying well, you are likely to have more applicants to apply. And the more you get applicants, the more you get good people within that number of people that have applied. So if you are paying, you are the most paid job in Ghana, and you advertise a job, I'm telling you, you are likely to get so many people to apply. And out of the many people, you can now scout out to get what you want. But if you are paying less, everybody know they will not apply, only few will apply. And the few people may likely be those without the correct expertise. And you have no option than to apply them because you didn't get a lot of people to apply, so that you can pull out of the application. So higher wages attract a larger and better quality pool of applicants. And this allows the firm to select the most competent, productive, and motivated workers. And finally, fair treatment model. When firms pay wages above the market rate, workers perceive this as fair treatment or a gift. This is where I say that it may not be because your wages are so high, but because they see you to be passionate, fair. Oh, now the business is now growing. Per what he's paying, he's doing his best. Oh, let me not go. When the company grow, I know he will increase my salary. Yes, fair treatment model. So in return for this fair treatment, they may reciprocate with higher effort, with loyalty, and with cooperation. And this will cause even less supervision. Like you can just entrust. Ajuma also here. Oh, Kwame, please go to my office, go and do this for me. Something that Kwame must not be doing, because Kwame, that's not Kwame's position. But because Kwame is very loyal towards your work, because you are paying Kwame the right wage, Kwame will do the right thing, even with less supervision. You are supposed to go through what Kwame has done before Kwame submit it out. But you say, oh, Kwame, don't worry, you send it, because you believe that Kwame will do the right thing. And Kwame will do the right thing because you yourself, you know that Kwame is well paid. So how you treat people with regards to wages, with regards to behavior, can influence the effort that they will exert to help your organization. Critics of the efficiency wage theory. Despite the enormous advantages and reasons why you have to, there are still some disadvantages or critiques that we have to point out. This model does not consider institutional factors in wage determination or differences in wage. They don't consider institutional factors. All right? Only high wage. Oh, just pay him high wage. That's it. They don't consider any other factor. For example, they don't look at issues regarding trade unions. Okay? That trade unions can also influence high wage. They don't consider the case of gender, ethnicity, and others, how they can all impact on wage determination. Okay, that's a flaw. And you know, especially in our part here, trade unions are very key in wage determination. Only that I don't see the trade union being able to give its members the value, what you call the real wage. We are always interested in the nominal wage, meaning, oh, you make 200 Ghana cedis. A person will increase your salary by 10%. Without understanding or without doing the mathematics of how the 10%, the value of the 10% in real terms. If I say real terms, what I mean is that if you are paying me 200 Ghana cedis and a tuber of yam is 10 Ghana cedis, then it means the real salary you are paying me, this money, in real terms, it is the 200 Ghana cedis divided by the price, which is 200 over 10. It means I can buy 20 pieces of yam. Let's say this is 2024. Then in 2025, My union is saying that, oh, increase our salary by 10%. Then they fought for the 10% increment in your salary. And this 10% increment in your salary has led to an increase in your salary. All right. It has led to an increase in your salary to 210, right? So now your salary is now 210. Oh no, 200 and it's not 210. So you have plus 100 cedis. So the 100 cedis is the additional $200 plus 20 cedis. So you have 220 as your income. So the 10% will give you this. So 2024, 200 cedis. You said that, oh, living standard is so high, increase my salary. They increase it by 10% through the union's negotiation. So now you have 210 every month. But the question you ask yourself is, what is the price level in 2025 that is making you call for 10% increment in salary? Now, price level for the same tuber of yam you've been buying is now 15 Ghana cedis. So the real money, the real value of the money you have is this 220 divided by 15. That will give you 14.5 pieces of yam, or let's say 15 pieces of yam. Compare this to this. So you are worse off in 2024 than in 2025. So if you are calling for salary, whatever in this, you need to do the math to determine the real value. But nominal terms, you think that, oh, this idea, yeah, now me 200, this is me 220, yeah. But you've forgotten that the price of the basic thing you've been buying, you are less off. I mean, you are worse off. You've been getting more, 20, but now you are getting 15. So those are some of the issues when it comes to wage determination using the labor unions. But of course, they cause nominal increase in wages. But for me, it is not the real increase in wages. And the analysis I did from the algebra is that the change in your consumption over change in your ledger should be equal to your real wage. This is the real wage. This is the equilibrium condition. We didn't say it should be equal to W, which is the nominal wage. Jobs that require certain physical characteristics are not considered. So, for example, mining sector, which normally employ men, also educational qualification could be considered. In this model, education could cause wage differential in occupations, but the efficiency wage theory did not consider all of this. The sector that you are working, your educational qualification, the nature of the job, whether it's for men or it's for women, it did not consider that. Just said that increase salary above the minimum. An argument that wages are the same within the same occupation is also invalid. That is one of the things the model is about. If we are working in the same sector, we should be paid the same, but that is not the case. Even within the same educational sector, people are paid differently. People are paid differently, right? So just like you saying that if somebody is having a master's degree and is teaching at a polytechnic, no, a technical university, he should be taking the same salary as a professor that is also teaching at the same technical university. That is not realistic. Even in Ghana here that we say we are using single spine. The single spine is not working. It's not working. We have people receiving the same qualification, receiving salaries below other qualifications in other, the same qualification in other organizations. It's not working. Somebody has a degree, he's teaching at the private university, he's being paid 1,000 cedis a month. The same qualification he's teaching at the government sector, he's paid 3,000 plus of to 4,000 a month. So there's a flaw in the wage efficiency wage model. But that is not to say that there's no relevance. The model is not relevant. It is very, very relevant. It's very, very relevant. When you look at the theories, the reasons here, you can see that they are all very practical. Okay. But we are only saying that don't only use higher wages to determine, but also inform or consider some institutional factors. Okay. Some institutional factors, characteristics of the people you are hiring, and then the kind of job they are going to do, the educational qualifications and the like. Consider them in determining the wage efficiency theory. Yeah. The efficiency wage. Theories of compensation wage differentials. There's also an interesting theory that is explaining why wages are different among either sectors or among individuals. Why do we have different wages? Why is it that you have a degree working with Unilever Ghana and your salary is higher than your colleague with the same degree in the classroom? That is a theory of compensating wage differentials. 3 assumptions. The first assumption is that rational choice by workers. Workers always make rational choices. So each worker seeks the best job, and all things being considered or being equal. Every worker seeks the best job. That is the first rational choice by the workers. The second assumption is that there's complete information. You know where to get a job. Okay. So there's equal information to everyone. Workers know which job are available at what rate of pay. These are assumptions that may not hold in our part, because complete information is difficult. There are some institutions in Ghana here that don't disclose information. You will never know the salary of, even if the person is your husband or your wife, you will never know the salary of that organization. And it looks like, I don't know whether I'm the only person that feels that, it looks like one of the difficult things to ask is how much somebody is being paid. I don't know whether I'm the only person that have that kind of feeling. It's very difficult to ask how much are you paid a month.
It's across the board.
Oh, okay. Yes. So you ask all the questions, but that particular one, it looks like, it's very, very sensitive for you to ask that question. Whether the person will give you the right answer or answer or not, personally, I find it very difficult to ask that question. And the last theory is mobility. Mobility, meaning workers are free to move to a preferred job. If you are not paying me well, I'll leave. And that's it. You ask yourself some of these assumptions, whether they are realistic in your country or in your setting. And the answer to many of them will be no. Apart from the first one. The first one, yes, we are all seeking for the best, but as to whether we end up getting the best is also another problem. So these assumptions hold. If they hold, then this is what will happen. If the assumptions hold, it will lead to what we call the principle of equal net advantage. The principle of equal net advantage. That if you and I are in the same kind of work environment, the same level of risk, the same level of standard, the same level of safety, the same level of everything, then we should be getting the same net gains. But what should bring about differences in our salary should be based on desirability of the job, whether that job is desirable or not. So desirable, I mean, for your work, it is a neat work, very neat, very, I mean, everybody wants to work in that organization. But mine, it is work that is not pleasant. There's no social respect attached to it. So everyone doesn't want, people don't want to work in such organization. The principle of equal net advantage is saying that if I am working in a way, in an organization whose activities are unpleasant, when you are working there, people don't respect you, there is so much, it's a dirty work, bad work, then I should be paying more than the one who is working in a neat work or environment. Another question. As to whether this is true is another question. But elsewhere, one or two answer gets more than the rest. People who do the dirty work get more pay than those who do the neat works elsewhere. But it is the opposite. Those who work hard, they don't get more money. Those who don't work hard, they get more money. Yes. All right, let's go on. So we're going to use this graph to explain the theory, which is the theory of compensating wage differential. So the theory is saying that two different types of work. Let's call one toxic spill cleaner. Toxic spill cleaner. This person clean only toxics, which is very dangerous. And another person is a mattress tester. Oh, he's only testing mattress, very safe. We are not looking at this from the risk nature of it, not the risk. We are not considering the risk. We are considering which one is a neat job, which of them that you have a lot of people wanting to do versus which of them they don't want to do. Okay, for example, you carry garbage around, all right, versus you being at the office. This is what we are talking about. The theory is saying that the one that carry garbage around should be well paid than the one that is sitting at the office, because the one at the office, you have a lot of people who want to do that work, so there will be more labor supply towards that side. But the one that is carrying garbage around, only few people want to do it because it is a work that downgrades somebody's dignity. In quotes, people will not like to do it. Nobody will want to say that, oh, for me, I want to be a garbage collector. Nobody will use that. It is circumstance that push people to that side. All right. But we've also forgotten the fact that if circumstance don't put people to that side, the world will not be a better place. That is why we need to respect everyone, irrespective of the kind of work the person is doing. You are downgrading the person because he's working on something that you will not want to work, or you wouldn't wish any of your family members to. Meanwhile, we are the same people that create that mess that this person is working. So if the person is just like you, who will not want to do that work, then it means that place will be dirty. The environment will not be clean. So everyone is important. And they work for a reason. Meaning circumstances that lead people to be working in an environment that is not good is also having a contributing factor to how we are all living or surviving. So let's respect everyone, irrespective of what the person does. So the theory is saying that the reason why the person who is working in a dangerous and toxic environment should be paid more than the person who is working in this safe and very neat and social status work is, let me begin from here. From the person that is working in a safer environment, I mean, in a decent job, put it that way. Decent, not risk. I don't want to use a level of risk because that is not what we are measuring here. We are looking at whether your work is a work that a lot of people will want to do or people will not want to do. So equilibrium is here. Your supply, your demand is here. Your supply is here. So at equilibrium, this is the wage you'll be paid. All right. So if this person who is working in a neat job is going to be paid this wage of WU, then the person that is going to work in that toxic work should be paid more than the person working in the mattress textile company, because his work is more dangerous, of which a lot of people will not want to do. So this person, also given his demand and supply, should be paid W1. So once you are paid W, I should be paid W1 for working in such dangerous environment. Anytime you increase my salary to W2, you have to also increase the toxic man salary to W2. So the toxic man should be receiving more salary than the person who is working in this safe and clean environment. This is what the model of wage compensation is saying that should be causing differentials in wage. So we shouldn't pay somebody less and another person more based on the level of education. This is what the model is saying. But we should rather pay based on where more people want to work versus where less people want to work. Where the work is less prestigious work and less people want to work, pay them more to compensate. Because those messes they are going to clean is very dangerous. 1. 2, there's low prestige attached to it. This can even kill their inferiority complex. I mean, create inferiority complex. It can cause a lot of social demoralization and the rest. So pay them more to compensate them, but not you looking at who has higher qualification and who has lower qualification. So more salary should be paid to those who have. So we pay them here, AW, average wage, and pay these people this W, so that there will be differences in the wage. So the wage of the toxic spill cleaner should be greater than the mattress texter. Not because the toxic person has more experience than the mattress person, or has higher qualification than the mattress person, but because the toxic cleaner's job, a lot of people wouldn't want to do it. So the purpose of compensating wage differentials from the graph are listed here. 1, it serves as a social need by giving people an incentive to voluntarily do dirty, dangerous, and unpleasant jobs. The reason why you have to pay them more is because of this, so that it can motivate them to still go ahead and do dirty job, dangerous job, and unpleasant jobs. If you don't pay them more, you won't get people to be doing this job. And this unpleasant and dirty things will continue to be with us. So our appraisal and our motivation towards people who do this kind of job is very important. 2, it serves as a reward for accepting unpleasant jobs. Pay them more so that it can serve as a reward. 3, the cost and the length of acquiring the requisite training and education differ among jobs. So if you move from toxic job versus the clean job, and you move within clean versus clean, then you can now consider the issue of education, the number of years somebody spent. All right. Both jobs are decent jobs, both jobs are pleasant jobs, both jobs are not dangerous. Then here you can now consider the case of who has the highest qualification, so that you don't pay the one with the highest qualification lower than the one with the lowest qualification. You don't pay the person with the lowest qualification higher than the person with the highest qualification. But when it comes to comparing the pleasantness, the dirtiness, and the unpleasant, the dangerous nature of the job, then you have to look at paying the person with the dangerous job higher wages than those with the safer ones.
Hello,
The
sir.
purpose of- Good.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Go on.
Doc, don't you think it's because of the qualification that is why he's doing the office work, and then the low qualification also qualifies the person to do the dangerous work?
Yes, it is true that way. And I'm also saying that if you don't motivate him because he has lower qualification and doing dangerous work, that dangerous work he's doing he wasn't the one who created it. It is the same qualification people that created that dangerous work. True of us. So if all of us shift into the clean ones, who go and do the dangerous ones? Since it is not compensatory. If you want to understand this, then always remember. I don't know whether your cleaners at your work they've ever gone for strike before. For UCC, at the universities, I'm telling you, for you to know the relevance of the TEU people, those who weed and clean around, is when they go for strike.
Oh, sir, I know when I was at UCC, that was in 2008. It happened. It was not easy.
Yes.
That time, even water was a problem.
Good.
At the same time, they went on strike. We suffered like that. Even you could smell, you could
Good.
outside Hall, ATL, and addition, you could hear the smell coming out from that place because they had not cleaned the places.
That is exactly what we are talking about here. That's exactly. So pay them well, so that they will also be happy working. What I love to do is anytime I see these people, I have to stop, greet them, chat with them. Because sometimes they see you in a different lens. They see you, there are some people by nature, when you are ahead of them academically, they see you as somebody who is a super something than them. I hate to see people that way. So you have to be free, and some to see them and they don't care because they think they are working in unpleasant work. So they'll see you and then they don't care. Once I talk to you anyhow, no. They are very relevant. Their absence will cause a lot of sicknesses, a lot of damage. Like those few guys who put themselves together at Accra doing, they call them station boys, or station boys.
Bus stop boys.
Bus stop boys. Good. Yes. It is because of you see a lot of guys joining, even with good qualification, but because they've not gotten job, they are joining because of the incentive that comes with it. One thing you should know is that nowadays people are playing with intelligence. They are using their intelligence. You see, the first motive, I am not in their mind, but I can read to say that the first guys who did this bus stop job, even though they are not doing it for money, but the intention was that they will be noticed and that could change their life. They knew they will not do this job forever without getting anything. They know one day somebody will notice what they are doing and that could change their life. If you look at their leader.
And exactly what is happening to them now.
Yes, exactly what is happening. Now they have been able to meet the president. At what point would such guys, I'm not downgrading them, will get the opportunity to even greet President Mahama or President Akufo-Addo, have chat with them, meet these persons and give them? No, you will not. I'm getting it. Some high-profile people have not been able to even meet the president, but they've gotten the chance because they have foreseen that this could create opportunity for them. And they are now, okay, I'm telling you, they are making a lot. You get it? So that is the angle that I am coming from. Motivate them and they will do more. You see that the president started motivating them and now they are doing more. That could affect the life of people or the health of people. They are now cleaning them. Great. Our time is almost up and I'm also almost through. So it's the cost and length should also determine and the degree of stability of employment, what we call the job security. Why you have to compensate, there should be wage differential is, some people are technocrats in that particular organization. So if you don't pay those who are technocrats more than others, or if they are receiving the same salary as any other person and they leave, the organization may collapse. The degree of responsibility also depends on the maximum. That is, the higher the responsibility, the higher will the wage be. So if my responsibility is more than you, I should get more than you. So these are some of the things that brings about differences in wage. But there are criticisms to this. The first one is what constitutes unpleasant job may differ among individuals. What do you think of Aduma Wedi? I don't know. This is nothing wrong with it. So the definition of unpleasant job is also problematic. Literature did not find any evidence to support the claim that dirty jobs are better paid for than the pleasant jobs. There's no literature to support that. Maybe this is an advocate. There's no literature anywhere supporting that those who are doing unpleasant job are well paid and those who are doing this. Only that if you want to consider unpleasant to unpleasant between countries, then you can see that some countries are doing better than others. An in-depth analysis rather shows that what brings about differences in wage is sometimes the risk. As for risk, evidence there's evidence to that effect. People who are paid, you'll be having higher qualification than another person, but that lower qualification person is taking more than you because of the risk nature of his job, not the unpleasant. So it is not the social status that evidence or empirical evidence found support for, but rather the issues regarding the risk nature of the job. It also ignores institutional factors. The institutional factors were ignored. We looked at some of the institutional factors. And then finally, the physical and mental characteristics required. I'll take more than you because mentally, my work is mentally drained, or my work is physically drained work than your own. So I have to take more than you. The model did not take some of these factors into account. All right. So slide 76, 77, 78 are tasks for you to revise on. Okay. There are tasks for you to revise on, more or less reflection exercises that you have to reflect on. All right. So if no question, I've come to the end of my class for today.
So, okay, because our time is far spent. The other lecture is almost about to start.
My time is not fast spent. I have 1 minute to end my class.
That's exactly.
Okay.
All right.
But don't worry, you can put your questions on
I
the
would have
platform.
loved to know the monopolistic issues where they employ less. I wanted to know whether MTN is a monopoly kind of something, because you look at them, they hardly employ people. They give them temporary employment, or how do I call it? They don't take them as permanent staff. Mostly they are workers. That is what they do. And MTN don't have any investment in any of the countries. It's gone.
And yes, it could affect their employment. You know, one of the companies that is paying quite well in the country, so they wouldn't want to employ more. Okay, but they want to sell their final product at a higher price to us. So they are operating in the employment sector. They are not monopoly. They are monopolistic in the employment sector and also monopolistic in the output sector. So in both angles, they are gaining. All right. You can, because of the time, you personally you can get in touch and you can continue from there. I don't have any problem. When you have any difficulty in understanding something, you can give me a call. I will respond.
Thank you, sir. I'm most grateful.
Yeah. Bye. Mr. Host, thank you very much.
Bye, Enoch.
Bye.
Well done.
And the slide too.